Chapter 650. Abyss. It was pitch black. The surroundings were filled with rolling black fog. It was so dark that there was no light. This was the underground Rift Valley, a passage that led underground. It was more like a passage to hell. This old thing runs so fast. Lin Feng chased all the way, but he couldn't find Yu Boyun's figure. After all, the underground Rift Valley was pitch black. He couldn't see anything. Even for cultivators, their visibility was very low. They could only see a dozen meters around them. After searching for a while, he found nothing. Lin Feng frowned. If not for the obstruction of the underground Rift Valley, Yu Boyun would already be a dead man. How could a heavily injured body fight against him? Helplessly. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed an ice-cold qi, which swept through the atmosphere. And there's danger? Sky splitting. Without hesitation, 100 zhang long blade light swept out in all directions with Lin Feng as the center. Puff! The sound of something being torn apart could be heard. Lin Feng looked over and saw that it was a huge, pitch-black tentacle hidden in the black fog that attacked him. And now, those pitch-black tentacles were all cut off. Demon Ghost Vine. Lin Feng was shocked. This was a very terrifying plant. It had a strong vitality. Moreover, those ghost vines had dense barbs on them. The barbs contained a highly toxic poison. Once the barbs pierced the body would immediately be paralyzed and lose the ability to move. At that time, the demon ghost vine would wrap around him and suck his flesh and blood dry. The most terrifying thing about the demon ghost vine is its soul attack. Lin Feng thought of the terror of the demon ghost vine, and his expression couldn't help but change slightly. He didn't dare to hesitate. His soul hurriedly entered the primal chaos ancient lamp to hide. At this time, on the walls of the underground Rift Valley, the densely packed demon ghost vine suddenly opened its bloody mouth. These devil ghost vines all had extremely ugly faces. Then, its body had dense tentacles, a bit like an octopus, rooted in the rock wall. The demon ghost vine let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. Then, sound waves swept out. Many unprepared cultivators who entered the great underground Rift Valley screamed when they heard the screams of the devil ghost Ratan. Clearly, they had suffered a soul attack. One cultivator after another lost their balance. The devil's ghost vines quickly wrapped around them. Lin Feng was already prepared, so he was able to resist the soul attack of the devil ghost vine. However, Lin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer, so he quickly flew down. Finally, they arrived at the bottom of the abyss. Just as they arrived at the bottom of the abyss, a black mass of living beings flew over. Everywhere they passed, all living beings were swallowed up. A few cultivators who had descended were also sucked in, directly turning into white bones and falling to the ground. Cannibal bees, seeing the black mass of creatures, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. It was a kind of bee, but the bees were too big, about the size of a palm. Its whole body was hard, and ordinary magic weapons could not break the defense of the cannibal bees. The attack power of these cannibal bees is quite terrifying. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly flew to the distance, avoiding the hunting of the cannibal bees. This is the underground world, right? It's really dangerous here. Lin Feng looked at the dark world around him and frowned. Back in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, Lin Feng had also entered the underground world. However, the underground world was not as gloomy and terrifying as the aura here. Moreover, in that underground world, there were no top evil sects or demon forces. It was different here. In the underground world, at the border of the Desolate Domain and the Barbarian Domain, there were all kinds of evil sects and demon forces. There were also many Earth demon clans. It could be said that danger was everywhere. The slightest carelessness could cause one to die here. Swoosh! Lin Feng was stunned for a moment before he was attacked. In the dark forest, a white light streaked across the sky, slashing towards Lin Feng. The speed of this white light was simply too fast. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to react before they were killed. Confinement. Lin Feng slightly activated his devouring martial spirit. The magnetic field was activated. The white light was fixed 1 meter away from Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng saw what it was. It was actually a winged Azura with a green face and fangs. Flying Azura. Lin Feng was shocked. The Azura clan was a very large clan in the underground world. Moreover, there were many experts. The Flying Azura was a very powerful branch of the Azura clan. The Flying Azura in front of him was covered in silver-white scales. When it attacked its target, its speed would increase, and it would be like a white lightning instantly piercing through the target's body. After the Flying Azura was restrained by Lin Feng, it still bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Lin Feng, its eyes ferocious. The earth demons are cruel and bloodthirsty. If it wasn't for the fact that the righteous sects are strong enough to suppress these earth demons would have already rushed to the surface world. At that time, who knows how many people would have died. Lin Feng slashed out with his sword Qi, killing the Flying Azura. Whoosh! He soared into the sky and flew towards the depths. The underground world was in eternal darkness. Lin Feng didn't know how many days had passed as he flew towards the depths of the underground world. On this day, when Lin Feng was resting, a terrifying fluctuation came from the forest in the distance. Then, an endless amount of blood rushed out. Lin Feng was awakened and looked towards the distance. Li Shengjian, in the past, you stopped me and the Inferno Demon King from reviving the Netherworld Emperor. Today, you have met me, so you are destined to die here. In the blood-red world, a man in a blood-red robe stood. His voice was filled with endless killing intent and coldness. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He still remembered 6 years ago when the demons of the divine land of the East County were causing trouble. The Inferno Demon King and the Blood Demon Emperor had joined hands to revive the Netherworld Emperor, one of the 72 demon emperors of the Middle Ages. In order to revive the Netherworld Emperor, these two powerful demons had killed countless lives. Later, the human experts joined hands to attack, but they couldn't stop the Netherworld Emperor from reviving. The Netherworld Emperor was about to be revived. A sword Qi tore through the world. Then, the sword Qi cleaved the Netherworld Emperor, who was about to revive, into 2 halves. The remnant soul of the Netherworld Emperor was also destroyed. That man who used a sword to pierce the sky back then, was he? Lin Feng looked at the man with a sword on his back in shock. It was a man in white robes, about 30 years old. He had a long sword on his back and was facing the Blood Demon Emperor in the sky. Blood Demon Emperor, I'm afraid you can't kill me alone. Li Shengjian said, what if I join in? If I join hands with the Blood Demon Emperor, can we kill you? A cold voice sounded. An endless amount of black fog surged out, and a muscular man in a black robe walked out of the void. Sky Demon Emperor, it's you? Seeing this person, Li Shengjian frowned. Another demonic great emperor has appeared. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. 2 demon emperors were attacking Li Shengjian together. If there was a slight mistake in this battle, Li Shengjian could die here. Chapter 651. The 2 demonic emperors locked onto Li Shengjian from the front and back. Lin Feng couldn't help but worry for Li Shengjian. He naturally didn't want someone as powerful as Li Shengjian to die at the hands of the demonic emperors. Both the demonic Blood Emperor and the celestial demon emperor weren't good people. They were one of the 9 demonic emperors of the Tianwu continent. Mystical abilities, heaven-defying magic power. Heaven and earth could shatter with a flick of their fingers. They could shatter the heavens with a wave of their hands. However, of the 9 grand emperors of the Devil Path, some had gone into seclusion, while others had appeared in the martial heaven continent, wreaking havoc on the continent. For example, the demonic Blood Emperor had caused a massacre 6 years ago in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of millions of people. The Celestial Demon Emperor wasn't a good person either. It was said that the Celestial Demon Emperor had devoured an entire country in order to cultivate a demonic art. 700 to 800 million people became sacrifices for the Celestial Demon Emperor. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I could join forces with Li Shengjian to kill these 2 demonic emperors. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Boom! A sea of blood covered the 9 heavens. The entire sky had turned into a sea of blood. The scene was truly terrifying to the extreme. Look, it's the demonic Blood Emperor and the Celestial Demon Emperor. Is that Li Shengjian? The Celestial Demon Emperor and the Blood Sea Emperor have surrounded Li Shengjian. Are they going to join forces to kill him? Is that Li Shengjian, the number 1 sword hero of the Tianwu continent? Why do the demonic Blood Emperor and the Celestial Demon Emperor want to kill Li Shengjian? It's said that the demonic Blood Emperor wanted to revive the Netherworld Emperor, one of the 72 demonic emperors of the Middle Ages, but he was stopped by Li Shengjian. I see many experts in the underground world looked over. The conflict in front of them was naturally eye-catching. Many cultivators gathered around to watch. Of course, no one dared to step forward in such a battle. That was because the energy that leaked out was enough to make the onlookers die without a burial place. Li Shengjian, do you have any last words? Say them quickly. If you don't, you won't have another chance. The Heavenly Demon Emperor sneered. Li Shengjian said indifferently, You 2 seem to be celebrating too early. We'll know after we fight. The Blood Sea Monarch smirked and waved her right hand. Roar. The roar resounded throughout the world. Within the sea of blood, blood fiends began to form. There were blood dragons, blood Qiongqi, blood white tigers, blood Taotais, blood drought demons, and so on. The densely packed, blood-colored ferocious beasts all pounced on Li Shengjian. The Sky Demon Emperor also made his move. The demonic fog churned. Within the demonic mist, demonic beasts the size of mountains began to form. He also pounced on Li Shengjian. That's terrifying. Lin Feng's face was pale, regardless of whether it was the blood fiends or the demonic beasts. Lin Feng felt a suffocating pressure. Those existences, the aura surging out of his body, made Lin Feng's soul tremble. It was hard to imagine how strong the blood fiends and demonic beasts were. The Blood Demon Emperor and the Celestial Demon Emperor were indeed renowned supreme experts of the Devil Dao. Their strength was indeed terrifying. I wonder how Li Shengjian will deal with them. Lin Feng looked at Li Shengjian. Facing the combined attacks of the 2 emperors, Li Shengjian was still calm. Li Shengjian was still calm. It had to be said, this Li Shengjian, he had a kind of spirit that made people admire him. Sword, rise. Li Shengjian waved his right hand. Buzz. The sword on his back hummed and soared into the sky. 180,000 swords. Li Shengjian pointed forward with his right hand. The sword floating above Li Shengjian trembled slightly. Suddenly, dense sword shadows appeared in the void. Lin Feng had seen some sword masters who could create a lot of sword qi to fight against their enemies. For example, it was said that the deity sword Manor's god-killing sword technique could create 10,000 sword qi when cultivated to the peak. However, There was still a huge gap between the god-killing sword technique and Li Shengjian's move. They were not on the same level at all. Li Shengjian's 108,000 swords. Every sword seemed to have a life of its own. Spirit, Lin Feng exclaimed. He was dumbfounded. Unbelievable. All 108,000 swords had been bestowed with his spirit. How profound must one's understanding of the sword Tao be to be able to bestow a spirit on all 108,000 swords at the same time? Puff, puff, all 108,000 swords swept through the void and slashed forward. Ripping sounds could be heard. Blood beasts, demonic beasts, slashed by the sword chi. So powerful, as expected of the #1 sword master in the Tianwu continent. Many people exclaimed. There were too many people who entered the sword Tao. Even in the Blue Cloud sect, there were many people who cultivated the sword Tao, not to mention the 3,000 prefectures in the Tianwu continent. How many people cultivated the sword Tao? There were so many that it could be described as the waters of the sea. However, there were only a few people in the Tianwu continent who could cultivate the sword Tao to Li Shengjian's level. Li Shengjia's sword Tao is getting more and more powerful. Seems like we have to show him something, the Sky Demon Emperor said. Then use your killing technique and kill him, said Yi Futian. The Demon Blood Emperor said sinisterly. God of the Blood, see. The Demon Blood Emperor attacked. His voice fell. Within the blood-colored sea, a god wearing a blood-red robe condensed. It was the god of the Blood Sea. It was a god born from the Blood Sea. All living beings in the world, all living things will be destroyed. My body is eternal. My blood will break the firmament. The god of the Blood Sea said coldly. He stepped forward in the void, causing the void to distort. Cracks in the void appeared one after another. It was too terrifying. It actually broke the firmament. I feel like my blood is being sucked away. I feel the same way. It's the god of the Blood Sea. He can steal blood by force. Many cultivators shouted in fear. They realized that their blood was going out of control and was about to break out of their bodies. Many people turned pale with fright and hurriedly fled into the distance. My blood is going out of control. Lin Feng also felt his blood pounding, as if it was about to break out of his body. He didn't dare hesitate. He quickly flew away from the battlefield. A battle of this level was too terrifying. Sky Demon exterminates the world. At the same time, the Sky Demon Emperor also unleashed an ultimate technique. A heavenly demon with 18 heads and 3,000 eyes appeared. The heavenly demon stood in the void. 3,000 eyes opened, and the void collapsed. It was hard to imagine how strong he was. Too strong. Is this the cultivation level of a demon emperor? Lin Feng was deeply shocked. It seemed like such a strong cultivator could break through the void at any time. The god of Blood Sea and the heavenly demon with 18 heads and 3,000 eyes attacked Li Shengjian at the same time. The dense sword chi shattered in an instant. The god of the Blood Sea and the heavenly demon with 18 heads and 3,000 eyes were too powerful. They wanted to break through the sky and kill Li Shengjian. Is Li Shengjian going to be killed? Many people looked at the battle in the distance, their hearts filled with shock. At that moment, Li Shengjian reached out and grabbed his sword. He held it with both hands. A deep voice sounded. Suddenly, it resounded. My sword is called Sky Splitter. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shengjian slashed out. In an instant, a sword light 100,000 zhang long swept out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The treasured swords on the cultivators' bodies all began to hum. Lin Feng's black dragon sword flew out and shook the sky. 10,000 swords chimed. Sword intent. What a terrifying sword intent. It actually caused 10,000 swords to chime. Lin Feng shouted in shock. Pooh! The sword light, 100,000 zhang, long tore through the sky. In an instant, the god of the blood sea and the sky demon were torn apart. Puff! The blood demon emperor and the sky demon emperor flew back, as if they were struck by lightning. They were injured by Li Shengjian's sword intent. In the air, they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Chapter 652. Those are two great emperors of the demonic Tao. Li Shengjian fought against them alone and still managed to injure them. Isn't Li Shengjian too strong? Cries of surprise rose and fell one after another. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep shock. All of this was too unbelievable. The battle prowess that Li Shengjian displayed was unbelievably strong. Let's go. After the Sky Demon Emperor and the Blood Demon Emperor were injured by Li Shengjian, they did not dare to stay any longer. The two great demon emperors soared into the sky and fled into the depths of the underground world. The two great demon emperors were hit by Li Shengjian's sword intent. Their injuries are probably not light. Some cultivators said. Li Shengjian held his sword with one hand and chased after them. Obviously, Li Shengjian wanted to use this opportunity to kill the two great demon emperors. Let's follow and see. Many cultivators chased after them, wanting to see how the battle would develop. The number one sword master of the Tianwu continent is indeed powerful. Sword master was not a title that anyone could bear. Sword referred to a sword cultivator. Hero referred to a hero. Li Shengjian was such a hero. His swordsmanship was heaven-defying. Moreover, he had a heart of justice. That was why he was called a hero. Countless sword cultivators worshipped Li Shengjian like an idol in the Tianwu continent. Lin Feng did not chase after them. He was still in a state of shock brought about by Li Shengjian's slash. He slashed with his sword. It condensed a sword light that was 100,000 feet long. It was hard to imagine how powerful Li Shengjian's swordsmanship was. Will sword will. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He sensed a powerful sword will from Li Shengjian's attack. Spirit. The next level of transformation was will. No matter what kind of power it was, whether it was spirit or will, there were strong and weak ones. For example, Lin Feng had comprehended sky splitting. He had grasped the saber will. Sky splitting could only be used when one had comprehended the saber will. However, it was obvious that different people used sky splitting. The power of sky splitting was definitely different. This was because the person who used it had a different will. The deeper one's comprehension of saber will, the greater the power of sky splitter would be. Lin Feng's saber will was still at the beginner's stage. As for Li Shengjian's sword intent, he must have reached an extremely powerful level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to slash out 100,000 feet long sword light. Such a powerful sword intent would not dissipate so quickly after a great battle. There was bound to be sword intent left in the void. This was the reason why Lin Feng didn't leave. He wanted to comprehend the sword left behind by Li Shengjian. Lin Feng hoped to obtain an opportunity to let his sword Tao spirit break through to the second stage. The sword cleaved heaven and earth. Sword intent piercing the heavens. Return of the 10,000 swords. Eternal sword. These were the 4 stages of the sword principle spirit. After completely comprehending all 4 stages, Lin Feng could transform the spirit of the sword Tao into will of the sword. Lin Feng was still in the first stage. In the forest, many cultivators stayed behind. Many of them were sword cultivators. Obviously, these cultivators had the same idea as Lin Feng. They also wanted to comprehend the sword left behind by Li Shengjian. If they could comprehend something from it, it would be a great opportunity. Naturally, no one was willing to let go of such a good opportunity. Lin Feng found a mountain peak and sat cross-legged on top of it. He threw out a few talismans. These talismans were activated and condensed into several illusory formations scattered around. These illusory formations could protect Lin Feng. If someone came to disturb Lin Feng or had ill intentions towards Lin Feng, they would be trapped in the illusory formations. Spirit of the Sword Tao, help me comprehend. Lin Feng closed his eyes. He tried his best to sense the aura of the Sword Tao spirit. Gradually, Lin Feng entered a mysterious state. He felt as if he had turned into a sword chi. This was the state of enlightenment that cultivators dreamed of. Some people might not be able to achieve enlightenment even once in their lives, but Lin Feng was able to comprehend them frequently. Naturally, it was related to the fact that Lin Feng cultivated the archaic dragonesque elephant art, a heaven-defying forbidden divine art. The archaic dragonesque elephant art would unleash Lin Feng's potential to the limit. In the eyes of others, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was like an epiphany. For Lin Feng, it was not difficult. Is this the sword will? Lin Feng, who had transformed into the Sword Tao spirit, suddenly saw a sea of swords. This sea of swords. This was Li Shengjian's sword will. And at this moment, he had turned into a drop of water in the sea of swords. So the spirit that I comprehended is like a drop in the ocean in front of Li Shengjian's sword will. Lin Feng was deeply shocked. Li Shengjian. He was really too powerful. Lin Feng moved forward freely in the sea of swords. He was merging into this endless sea of swords. Time passed. No one knew how much time had passed. Lin Feng's body emitted an even more powerful sword aura. The sword will reach the heavens. Lin Feng opened his eyes and shouted in a low voice. Buzz. Behind Lin Feng, 100 zhang long sword light condensed. The 100 zhang long sword light flew into the distance and lightly struck. A mountain peak was instantly cut in half like tofu. What a powerful Sword Tao spirit. Someone had an epiphany. Many cultivators cried out in surprise. Since someone had an epiphany, we can definitely do it too. A cultivator said excitedly with a determined expression. He closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the sword will here. What a good sword will. It's really powerful. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In this move of sword will, the sword was the spirit of Sword Tao. Will referred to one's will. It meant that Lin Feng's will, the Sword Tao spirit, could shatter heaven and earth. The second stage of the Sword Tao spirit was more than 10 times stronger than the first stage. Let's go. Lin Feng stood up, not intending to stay any longer. He had an epiphany. If he continued to stay, he would not gain anything. Lin Feng went deep into the underground world. His destination was the same as many others. He was going to the God Luo Cliff. The appearance of the God Luo Cliff's imperial weapon had shaken the entire desolate region. He believed that the 72 northern regions would also be shocked. However, he did not know who would get the imperial weapon in the end. On the way, Lin Feng saw a very beautiful female cultivator. This female cultivator wore a sapphire blue long dress, which perfectly displayed her exquisite and delicate figure. Her figure was curvy. Her face was exquisite and beautiful. She could definitely be called a stunner. Even Lin Feng could not help but take a few more glances at her. What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't gouge your eyes out? Feeling Lin Feng's gaze, the beautiful woman looked coldly at Lin Feng. Since you're going out to train, you can naturally wear loose clothes. Since you're dressed like this, isn't it to be seen by men? Lin Feng did not look away. Instead, he carefully looked at the woman from top to bottom. Even though Lin Feng was used to seeing beautiful women, he had to admit that this woman was indeed exquisite. That curvy figure coupled with that beautiful face was enough to make any man have the impulse to commit a crime against her. Chapter 653. Watch how I teach you a lesson, you scoundrel. The beautiful woman looked at Lin Feng, angrily raised her right hand, and struck out. Lin Feng said, "First, I didn't flirt with you, and second, I didn't do anything excessive to you. Why are you attacking me? Are you still being unreasonable? I've already seen through your evil thoughts. I'm going to beat you up." The beautiful woman snorted. As soon as she finished speaking, she had already rushed in front of Lin Feng. A fist smashed out. Lin Feng dodged to the left, dodging the beautiful woman's attack. He circled behind the beautiful woman. When Lin Feng saw that the beautiful woman was being so unreasonable, he started to have some evil thoughts. He raised his right hand and fiercely slapped that perky and alluring place. Slap! It was accompanied by a loud slap. That perky and alluring place fiercely trembled. This feeling, it was simply invincible. "You pervert!" The beautiful woman covered her private place, her face so red that it could bleed. That place was something that even she would be embarrassed to touch. However, she was ruthlessly slapped by a man. Lin Feng put his right hand in front of his nose, smelled it, and nodded, saying, "It's really fragrant. I'm going to kill you." The beautiful woman screamed and pounced towards Lin Feng again. Slap. Another slap. The beautiful woman was embarrassed and angry. She glared fiercely at Lin Feng, wishing that she could cut Lin Feng into pieces. "You're not my match. If you continue to be unreasonable, do you believe that I won't drag you into the forest and do you on the spot?" Lin Feng smiled at the beautiful woman's perfect body and exquisite face. "Haha, brother, we support you." A group of cultivators who were watching the show jeered. The beautiful woman stomped her feet hatefully. She knew that she was not Lin Feng's match. If she continued to attack, she would only be taken advantage of by Lin Feng. She gritted her teeth and said, "Just you wait, I won't let you off." Then he stomped his feet unwillingly and flew off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. "Brother, why aren't you going? It's such a good opportunity," a cultivator said wretchedly. "Go up my ass. Didn't you see that girl's entire body is filled with treasures? Even his shoes are treasured artifacts. Who knows what kind of background he has?" Lin Feng laughed and scolded. "Brother, you have sharp eyes. I know that woman. She's from the celestial Moon Mountain," a cultivator said. Immortal Moon Mountain? Immortal Moon Mountain, ranked second among the 72 prefectures in the north? Someone asked. That's right, that's the organization. The celestial Moon Mountain has been getting stronger and stronger over the years. It's said that they can compete with ancient organizations now. The cultivator said, F***CK, then why are you still encouraging me to sleep with her? I despise all of you. You almost got me into big trouble. Lin Feng cursed. Didn't you not go? A cultivator said with a grin. 3 days later, when Lin Feng was resting in the forest, 2 men in brown robes flew past him. The 2 men emitted a sinister aura. Experts from the demons? Lin Feng was hiding at the top of the tree. He frowned when he saw the 2 evil cultivators. Are you sure it's in front? I'm sure. Very good. Have you prepared the items? It's ready. Then let's do it. The 2 experts conversed as they flew into the distance. What are these 2 up to? Lin Feng muttered. He also quickly dashed out and tailed them. It didn't take long for the 2 evil demon experts to reach a small stream. One of them flew into the forest and disappeared. One of them dashed towards a woman who was resting by the stream. Is that the girl from the celestial Moon Mountain? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected to run into her here. Clearly, the target of these two evil demon experts was this woman. The two experts had their faces covered, so Lin Feng couldn't see their faces. One of them flew towards the woman from the celestial moon mountain. "Who are you? Don't come over, or I won't be polite to you." The beautiful woman was quite alert. However, the expert didn't say anything and directly attacked. The beautiful woman's expression suddenly changed. She took out a flying sword and slashed at the expert. The expert wielded an demon saber and slashed at the beautiful woman. From time to time, he would let out strange laughter. It was indescribably creepy. The beautiful woman was suppressed and kept retreating. She retreated until she reached a large tree. That evil demon expert who had been hiding in advance silently appeared. He slapped the beautiful woman's body. The beautiful woman immediately fainted and fell to the ground. "We got her. Let's go." The two evil demon experts laughed sinisterly as they carried the beautiful woman on their shoulders and flew into the distance. "What are they doing? Are they trying to humiliate her?" Lin Feng muttered and quickly chased after them. Soon, the two of them carried the beautiful woman into a mountain range and disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng chased after them and found a cave, so he entered it. Soon after, he heard lewd laughter coming from the cave. "Haha, I didn't expect Gu Yun to be caught by us. She's a pure girl from the celestial moon mountain. Plucking her will be very beneficial to our cultivation." "That's right. After plucking her, we'll immediately return to the Yin-Yang Union sect to hide. No one will know that we did it." The two of them let out a series of lewd laughter. At this moment, Gu Yun's slender legs were entwined together. Her hands were also rubbing her body. Her whole body was pink. Her eyes were hazy. From time to time, she would moan. "The drug is taking effect. We should have some fun." The two of them shouted excitedly and quickly took off their clothes. "So they're from the Yin-Yang Union sect." Lin Feng was shocked. This was an extremely evil sect that cultivated the cultivation method of plucking and dual cultivation. Since Gu Yun had a pure body, no matter who it was that had sex with her, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Boom! At the moment when those two people were taking off their clothes, Lin Feng abruptly rushed towards them. "Oh no, someone's ambushing us." The two of them were very strong. They immediately reacted. They attacked Lin Feng from the left and right. "Die!" Lin Feng punched twice. Bang, bang. The two sides collided, and the two of them were sent flying. Both of them were seriously injured, and their faces were pale. "Let's go." The two of them looked extremely gloomy and fled outside. "Die!" Lin Feng summoned the sword spirit. Sword Qi swept towards the two of them. Pooh! The person behind them was hit by the sword Qi, and his body exploded. However, the person in front managed to escape. Lin Feng looked indifferent and was about to chase outside. Suddenly, a hot body wrapped around Lin Feng. Chapter 654. "I'm so uncomfortable." Gu Yun hugged Lin Feng from behind, her voice trembling. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Gu Yun only to find that Gu Yun's entire body was pink. Aphrodisiac. Lin Feng's face slightly changed. It was obvious that the two cultivators from the Yin-Yang Union sect gave Gu Yun an aphrodisiac. Gu Yun tore off her clothes. She tore Lin Feng's clothes. Her slender and straight legs wrapped around Lin Feng's waist. Her pink lips took the initiative to kiss Lin Feng. "Quick, take me." Gu Yun was very crazy. Such a high-quality woman's temptation. It was impossible not to be tempted. Lin Feng also felt a burst of evil fire in his body. There seemed to be an evil voice echoing in his mind. This woman delivered herself to his door. Why not? She tore her clothes. Press her under his body. Enjoy it. I'll F***ck your sister. Lin Feng quickly raised his middle finger to that evil thought. There were things that a gentleman should do and things that he shouldn't do. Although Lin Feng didn't think of himself as a gentleman, but at least he was a hot-blooded and righteous youth. How could he take advantage of someone in danger? He pressed the somewhat crazy Gu Yun-er on the bed. Looking at Gu Yun-er's pink face and torn clothes, he took a deep breath. Then he took out a detoxification pill. Lin Feng himself was an Earth-stage alchemist. If he couldn't even detoxify the aphrodisiac, then he shouldn't stay here. After taking the pill, the pink color on Gu Yun-er's body began to fade. Lin Feng touched Gu Yun-er's forehead. Her originally boiling hot body also gradually recovered. Obviously, the aphrodisiac's effect was waning. At this time, Gu Yun-er's blurred eyes finally returned to normal. Then, she saw a scene that made her incomparably ashamed and angry. Her legs were separated and still wrapped around this man's body, and her clothes were torn. The belt of her underwear was even broken, exposing her snow-white spring. And the man in front of her was about to press down on her body. "Arg, I'll kill you." Gu Yun-er came up and slapped a palm towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly dodged. He said, "Are you being unreasonable? It was the two cultivators from the Yin-Yang Union sect who captured you. I saved you." How could Gu Yun-er listen to this? She quickly took out her clothes and put them on. Tears flowed out of her eyes. When he passed out, what did this bastard do to her? Just now, the clothes on his upper body were torn. Am I right? Had he already taken advantage of her? Thinking of this, Gu Yun-er's body slightly trembled. The only fortunate thing was that he didn't feel any pain. She probably hadn't been violated yet. But even if she wasn't violated, Gu Yun-er still felt endless humiliation. She summoned her flying sword and slashed at Lin Feng. "You're being unreasonable. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Lin Feng sent the flying sword flying with a punch and then rushed out of the cave. Gu Yun-er squatted on the ground and began to cry. "If I knew you were so unreasonable, I wouldn't have saved you. I would have done it with you." Lin Feng shouted angrily. However, he put himself in their shoes and thought about it. If he was a woman, what would he think when he saw the scene just now? Half-naked body, staying with a strange man. In this world, women still cherished their chastity. Many women even valued their chastity more than their own lives. This wasn't a world where one could get a room with a man after knowing him for 3 hours. Lin Feng returned, planning to properly explain to Gu Yun-er. When he returned, Gu Yun-er had already left. Lin Feng shook his head slightly and walked outside. When he came outside, more than 10 cultivators rushed over. Each of them had an evil aura. People from the Yin-Yang Union sect. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. "Brat, you still haven't left? Seems like our luck isn't bad." The cultivator, who ran away before, said, with resentment. Lin Feng coldly looked at the cultivators of the Yin-Yang Union sect and said, "What? Are you here to seek revenge?" Another cultivator from the Yin-Yang Union sect sneered and said, "If you kill someone from my Yin-Yang Union sect, no one in the world can save you." "Impudent! How dare you talk to me like that? You're simply courting death." Lin Feng's gaze was cold. "Brat, what are you trying to show off for? An 8th-layer martial king dares to jump around in front of us." The group of cultivators from the Yin-Yang Union sect sneered. On their side, there were as many as 6 cultivators in the 10th heaven of the martial king realm. Naturally, they were full of confidence. Lin Feng sneered. You're simply courting death. Attack! Kill this brat! A 10th layer Martial King cultivator from the Yin-Yang Union sect sneered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that, more than 10 cultivators rushed towards Lin Feng. Sky splitting. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Buzz. A resplendent saber light swept out. I can't move. The cultivators of the Yin-Yang Union sect all cried out in fear. They were shocked to find that they could no longer move their bodies. Under the deterrence of sky splitting, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Puff! The sound of bodies being torn apart could be heard. One by one, the cultivators of the Yin-Yang Union sect were killed by Lin Feng on the spot. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he walked into the distance. The ground was littered with corpses. Night fell. The night of the underground world was getting darker and darker. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Roar. The roar resounded through the clouds. In the distance, a ferocious beast let out an earth-shattering roar. Under the night sky, a cultivator quickly flew past. What happened? Lin Feng stopped one of them and asked. An ancient cultivator's cave called Macho's Cave has appeared. The cultivator said, an ancient cultivator's cave. Lin Feng was shocked. Many ancient cultivators' cave dwellings hid amazing things. Inheritances, magic treasures, pills, and so on. Once an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling appeared, it would often attract many people. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng also flew into the distance. He was naturally very interested in ancient cultivators' cave dwellings. He wanted to find out more. He wanted to see what good things were inside. If there was an opportunity, it would be even better. Opportunities were hard to find for cultivators. But if one could find an opportunity, their cultivation would often advance by leaps and bounds. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the mountain forest. This place was originally protected by a powerful restriction, but many years had passed. The restriction disappeared. Only then did Macho's Cave appear in front of everyone. There were 3 ferocious beasts guarding Macho's Cave. The first ferocious beast was a 100-meter-long python. The second ferocious beast was actually a yiksha, Earth Devil Yiksha. It had a long lifespan. It was ferocious by nature. Lin Feng sensed it and found that the Earth Devil Yiksha was a puppet beast. The third ferocious beast was a huge blue scorpion, but it was too strange. It had 2 heads. The left head was a scorpion's head. The right head was a lion's head. This was a lion scorpion, a ferocious beast that was highly poisonous. These 3 ferocious beasts were the guardians of Macho's Cave. They blocked the entrance of the cave and confronted the cultivators. Chapter 655. Attack! Many cultivators shouted. They attacked without hesitation. Boom, 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 boom. Following that, all sorts of powerful attacks erupted. They charged towards the ferocious beasts. That kind of power was truly shocking. The combined attacks of so many cultivators were naturally powerful. The 3 beasts roared continuously. They were also powerful enough to withstand the attacks of the crowd. Everyone, follow me and slay this beast. A cultivator stepped forward. Mu Wushu. Someone was shocked, recognizing that cultivator. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old and exuded a shocking aura. This person was not simple. He was the son of the Northern Wilderness City's city lord. Attack! Dozens of cultivators immediately joined forces and attacked the python with Mu Wushu, Yin-Yang realm cultivation. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and looked at Mu Wushu. This person was terrifying. Everyone, follow me and slay this Yiksha puppet. Another person stepped forward. It was a woman. She wore a snow-white dress that made her look like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Her skin was smooth and supple. Was this the type of woman they were talking about? Her skin was snow white, and her figure was tall and charming. Her long legs were accentuated by her dress, making her look very alluring. It was a beautiful and moving face. However, his face had an ice-cold expression. She looked like a cold goddess. She was also a yin-yang realm cultivator, Song Qian. Many people were surprised. Song Qian was the princess of the barbarian kingdom. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. The barbarian kingdom was a subordinate force of the Blue Cloud sect. They were different from the ingrates of the Qingyang sect. Although the barbarian kingdom was very powerful, they still had a close relationship with the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Feng had heard that the barbarian kingdom had several yin-yang realm cultivators. He did not expect the princess of the barbarian kingdom to be so powerful. This surprised Lin Feng. Many people followed Song Qian and attacked the Yiksha puppets. I'll deal with the third beast. Another person stepped forward. This person wore a starry robe and had a handsome face. He had no intention of restraining his aura. He displayed his yin-yang realm strength to the people around him. He Hongxian, you've actually broken through to the yin-yang realm. Song Qian was slightly surprised. That's right. I broke through a month ago. He Hongxian laughed loudly and was extremely pleased with himself. Song Qian nodded and did not say anything else. He Hongxian, the genius of Shenzhen Villa. Someone whispered. As one of the four major forces in the Waste region, the disciples cultivated by the deity Sword Villa were naturally not simple. He Hongxian was flamboyant. However, with his yin-yang realm strength, he did have the right to be arrogant. Let's kill this scorpion. He Hongxian wielded his long sword and slashed out. Sword Qi crisscrossed and slashed towards the ferocious beast. Boom, boom, boom. These cultivators were roughly divided into 3 groups. They launched a fierce attack on the beast. A fierce battle ensued. The 3 ferocious beasts were gradually losing their strength. They were killed one after another. Whoosh, whoosh. The 3 yin-yang cultivators took the lead and flew into the cave. The rest of the people also swarmed in and rushed into the cave. Macho. Lin Feng looked at the name of the abode. This name was a little strange, and more or less made people feel a little sad. Lin Feng did not think too much and entered the cave. There were many stone rooms in the cave. Many of the stone rooms had stone doors with restrictions on them. Many cultivators were already breaking the restrictions on the stone doors. Stone rooms were constantly being opened. Medicinal pills. Soon, an excited voice came from one of the stone rooms. Then, the sound of fighting could be heard. Many cultivators were fighting. When Lin Feng arrived, a large amount of blood flowed out of the stone room. The ground was filled with corpses. Many people were locked in a life and death struggle over the medicinal pills. It was a tragic sight. Lin Feng did not enter to fight for the pills. He was an earth-tier alchemist. Medicinal pills were not that attractive to him. Another stone door was opened. Lin Feng entered. Many people went crazy for the things inside. There were Dharma treasures and some scrolls. There was also a dressing table. This is a female cultivator's abode. Lin Feng was surprised. He walked towards the dressing table and saw a piece of silk. There was a poem written on the silk. Grass grows under the dragon mound. Crows make noise on the city walls. Who is in this city? Pomegranates grow in the corners of the city. Black hair tied to 5 horses. Golden hair tied to 2 oxen. White fish steered a lotus boat, swimming 10 miles at night. Returned without anyone knowing. Secretly went to Agarwood Inn. The gauze bed leaned on Yaosei. The waning moon bent the curtain hooked. Today the hibiscus flowers fall. Tomorrow the paulownia trees fall. If I fail to do business, how can I be called macho? This poem was about a woman's longing and waiting for the man she loved. But in the end, only endless sadness and sorrow were left, because the woman did not wait for the man to come. Macho, macho. Is this female cultivator called macho? Lin Feng murmured. If this poem was written by a woman called macho, it could be seen that even in death, she could not forget the love in her heart. As the saying goes, in heaven we are willing to be birds, flying wing to wing. On earth we are willing to be intertwined branches. But how many couples in the world could do this? Most of them only saw the new person smile, but not the old person cry. Perhaps this macho was an old person. Feelings were the most difficult thing in the world to understand. Giving one's heart, what one received, was often hurt. It seems that no matter how strong one's cultivation is, it is difficult to cut off the feelings in one's heart. Lin Feng murmured. Suddenly, his gaze was attracted by a bronze mirror on the dressing table. Bronze. Lin Feng was shocked. In this era, bronze represented a very special meaning. Tracing back, it was even before the Desolate Era. There was a great era called the Bronze Age. That era left a glorious chapter in history because of the abundance of bronze wares. Any one of the bronze artifacts possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. For example, Lin Feng had the bronze fragment. According to the Fire Qilin, it had reached the level of a holy emperor weapon. This was a supreme being level magic treasure. And now, bronze had long been difficult to find. Even if some bronze had been passed down, they would be collected by the top forces to stabilize the sect's fate. Now, this mirror was actually made of bronze. This made Lin Feng very surprised. It can't be a bronze, right? Lin Feng murmured. Bronze was a material that could not be found in the Bronze Age. Obviously, this bronze mirror had a very long history. Lin Feng held the bronze mirror in his hand and inserted a strand of energy into it. Buzz. The bronze mirror emitted a shocking fluctuation. What a treasure! Lin Feng was shocked. Many cultivators were alarmed. A dozen or so cultivators walked over. Their eyes were full of greed as they looked at the bronze mirror in Lin Feng's hand. A cultivator looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Boy, hand over the bronze mirror, and we will spare your life. Chapter 656. The eyes of these cultivators were cold, and their expressions were cold. They were all determined to win. Bronze artifact. Many cultivators stared at the treasure in Lin Feng's hand. They were shocked, and their eyes were burning. Some of the top bronze artifacts were comparable to sacred emperor weapons. Compared to the legendary imperial armaments, they were only slightly inferior. Even the weakest bronze artifact, its might was probably not inferior to a Dao armament. It was definitely an amazing treasure. The person who attacked is called Nangong Tai. These people are experts from the Dharma sect. Let's wait and see. We can't win, a cultivator said. His companions who wanted to attack could only sigh. The Dharma sect was one of the 4 major forces of the Waste region. They were superior. Who would dare to offend the Dharma sect? Get lost now, and I'll spare your lives. Lin Feng glanced coldly at the people from the Dharma sect. He had always been a strong person. Why would he be afraid of being threatened? The cultivators from the Dharma sect saw that Lin Feng, a mere 8th firmament martial king, dared to tell them to get lost. The faces of these people immediately turned ashen. In their opinion, apart from the 3 Yin-Yang realm cultivators, they could not afford to offend anyone else. Who could they not afford to offend after entering Mo Chao's cave? After all, they had many people and experts. Brat, do you want to die? A cultivator from the Dharma sect sneered and stepped forward. He was a 9th firmament martial king expert. If you kneel and kowtow now, we can spare your lives. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll let you taste a fate worse than death. The cultivator from the Dharma sect said sinisterly. The other cultivators from the Dharma sect also looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. Lin Feng said, indifferently, the Dharma sect is one of the 4 major sects of the Waste region. Are the disciples raised by the Dharma sect, like you, a group of people gathered together? You don't do good things, but do bad things? What a sharp-tongued brat. I'll break your bones. The expression of the 9th layer martial king realm cultivator from the Dharma sect suddenly darkened. Then he leaped forward. He attacked Lin Feng with his palm. You really don't know what death is. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, although there were many experts among these people. But to him, they were just a bunch of clowns. Lin Feng coldly glanced at the 10,000 Laws sect's cultivator who was attacking him. He planned to use this person to test the power of the bronze mirror. Pure energy poured into the bronze mirror. Whoosh! A green light shone from the bronze mirror. It enveloped the 10,000 Laws sect cultivator. The next moment, a loud bang was heard. Not even a scream could be heard. The body of the 10,000 Laws sect disciple exploded. He turned into a cloud of blood mist. He died on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone revealed a shocked expression. Hiss, then a series of gasps could be heard. That was an expert in the 9th heaven of the martial king realm. With a light shine from the bronze mirror, it instantly turned into a bloody mist. Wasn't the bronze mirror too powerful? What a powerful bronze mirror! As expected of a bronze artifact, it's really a peerless treasure. Many people's eyes were fixed on the bronze mirror in Lin Feng's hand. Everyone's eyes were filled with an incomparably fiery gaze. This was definitely a top-grade treasure. Let's go together and kill this kid. The leader of the 10,000 Laws sect, Nangong Tai, shouted in a low voice. One of their people was killed by Lin Feng with the bronze mirror. The people of the 10,000 Laws sect were not afraid at all. Instead, they looked at the bronze mirror with even more burning eyes. Because of the attack just now, it had already proved the power of the bronze mirror. Killing Lin Feng, taking the bronze mirror, this was a heaven-defying opportunity. Whoosh! A cold light flashed. The 10,000 Laws sect's disciples took out their magic treasures. Flying swords, mountain river seal, dark, heavy ruler, jade battle axe, and so on. All kinds of magic treasures. They flickered with astonishing fluctuations. More than a dozen magic treasures all rushed towards Lin Feng. Facing the attacks of the 10,000 Laws sect's disciples, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He still only used the bronze mirror to block these people's attacks. The bronze mirror shone slightly. Bang, bang, bang. One magic treasure after another began to crack. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen magic treasures with astonishing power were directly shattered. This bronze mirror is too powerful, right? Many people were shocked. It was simply unbelievable. The power displayed by the bronze mirror was somewhat outrageous. What a good treasure! Lin Feng loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. He now had a few powerful treasures. First of all, the demon orb. This treasure was not only powerful, but also very demonic. However, Lin Feng could not activate it. The Xianming demon book, like the demon orb, was too demonic. Lin Feng could not activate it. The Saint Emperor Stone was now in a dormant state and could not be activated. Black Dragon Sword, a sealed divine sword. To activate it, one needed to consume blood essence. It was very harmful to the body. The bronze fragment, every time it was activated, the body's strength would be instantly devoured. The side effects were too great. If one could not kill the opponent by activating the bronze fragment, the one who would die would be himself, the heaven-swallowing jar. Now, it was in a broken state. It could devour all kinds of magic treasures. It also had a certain degree of confinement. However, it could not kill the enemy. Therefore, Lin Feng seemed to have a lot of treasures. But in reality, there were only a few that could be used, and this bronze mirror was definitely suitable for Lin Feng. Activate your martial soul to kill him. Seeing that the magic treasures were also destroyed by the bronze mirror, Nangong Tai could not help but shout coldly and decided to use his final trump card. That was his martial soul. More than a dozen Dharma sect cultivators all activated their martial souls. Boom, 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 waves of terrifying energy wreaked havoc. Powerful martial souls were activated one after another. A beast martial soul roared towards the sky. A tool martial soul shook the void. A darkness martial soul devoured light. All kinds of martial souls. There was everything. More than a dozen martial souls were activated, and all of them attacked Lin Feng. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile coldly when facing those people's attacks. He held the bronze mirror in his hand. His right hand shook the bronze mirror slightly. Buzz! A green light suddenly swept out. When it came into contact with the green light, the martial souls directly shattered. Then, the green light swept across the bodies of the Dharma sect cultivators. Then, one by one, the bodies of the Dharma sect cultivators exploded. They died on the spot. These Dharma sect cultivators were naturally strong. However, they could not resist the bronze mirror's attack at all. Run! These Dharma sect cultivators were scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled outside, but they couldn't escape at all. Lin Feng shook his wrist. The bronze mirror swept out a green light. Immediately after, a Dharma sect cultivator was swept by it. His body exploded. He died on the spot. Not long after, only the leader, Nangong Tai, was left of the dozen or so Dharma sect cultivators. Spare me, brother, spare my life. I'll agree to whatever conditions you have. Nangong Tai looked at Lin Feng with a pleading gaze. Lin Feng ignored this person's pleading. He shook the bronze mirror. A green light flew out and swept across Nangong Tai's body. Bang! Nangong Tai's body also exploded. It turned into a bloody mist. He was killed by the bronze mirror in one blow. Chapter 657. Dead. So many experts from the Dharma sect are dead. That brat's bronze mirror is too powerful. What a powerful treasure. Everyone stared at the bronze mirror in Lin Feng's hand. Many people had the thought of snatching it. Lin Feng naturally knew how terrifying cultivators could be when they were greedy. He sneered. Who else wants to die? Come out quickly. I'll send you on your way. Many cultivators' expressions changed. Lin Feng had used the bronze mirror to kill a group of cultivators from the Dharma sect. It was still vivid in their minds. Many people suppressed the greed in their hearts. Lin Feng looked away. He continued to search the dressing table. He wanted to see if he could find any other treasures. After searching for a while, Lin Feng found some simple jewelry. However, it wasn't a powerful treasure. However, Macho had placed half a piece of jade in a red sandalwood box. It was on the jade. It was wrapped in a layer of silk. Obviously, Macho treasured the jade very much. Half a piece of jade. Why does Senior Macho treasure it so much? Lin Feng muttered. He held the half piece of jade in his hand and observed it for a while. He discovered that there were 3 words engraved on it. Luo Xinxiu. The words Luo Xinxiu were engraved on it. Is this a name? Lin Feng frowned. Could it be that the man Senior Macho waited for so many years and died without seeing him return, is Luo Shinxiu. Lin Feng put away the jade. Junior obtained Senior's bronze mirror and is fated to meet Senior. If one day I see Luo Shinxiu and he falls in love with someone else, I will burn an incense stick for Senior so that Senior can forget about him. If he still remembers Senior, I will bring him back to burn incense for Senior. Lin Feng muttered. He walked out of the stone room. There were more than a dozen stone rooms here. No one dared to enter the room that the 3 Yin-Yang realm cultivators had broken open. No matter what treasures were in the room, they all belonged to them. Others had no fate with it. Lin Feng looked at the stone door in the deepest part of the cave. This stone door was the largest. It was 8 meters tall. It was 5 meters wide. This should be the main room. This stone door doesn't have any restrictions. How strange. Lin Feng muttered. He walked forward and tried to push open the stone door. But what surprised Lin Feng was that even with his strength, he was unable to push the stone door open. It was too heavy. One of the cultivators said, "This is a dark, sky demonic stone. It's the size of a grain of rice and is equivalent to the weight of a 10,000-meter tall mountain. How heavy can such a huge stone door be?" Holy shit! If that's the case, then this stone door is a treasure as well? Lin Feng said in surprise. Of course it's a treasure. It can be melted down into a furnace and made into a powerful weapon. But the owner of the cave has already fused it with the door. Ordinary cultivators can't take it off. But if an almighty cultivator comes, maybe they can try. The cultivator said, "Get out of the way." At that moment, a sneer was heard. He Hongxian walked over with an arrogant expression. He Hongxian was in the Yin-Yang realm. Even though he had just broken through, he was still in the Yin-Yang realm. But no one dared to underestimate him. The cultivators in front of the stone door hurriedly made way for He Hongxian. At that moment, Mu Wushu and Song Qian walked over. "Brat, didn't you hear what I said? Do you think you can peek into the main room? Get lost." He Hongxian looked coldly at Lin Feng. His expression was extremely arrogant. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You can peek into the main room's stone door, but I can't? How ridiculous. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you want to die?" He Hongxuan's expression immediately darkened. After breaking through to the Yin-Yang realm, who dared to be so rude to him? Lin Feng was the first. This made He Hongxian extremely angry. "You can be so arrogant just because you're in the Yin-Yang realm?" Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "Brat, that's because Yin-Yang realm cultivators are superior and look down on the heavens," He Hongxian said proudly. "Bah, look down on the heavens. Even almighty beings don't dare to say such things. I really don't know where you get the courage to say such things when you just broke through to the Yin-Yang realm. I feel ashamed for you." Lin Feng pursed his lips. Many people were completely dumbfounded. A martial king cultivator was actually arguing with He Hongxian, a Yin-Yang realm cultivator. He Hongxian wasn't a kind person. Did this brat have a death wish? Song Qian frowned slightly and looked at Lin Feng thoughtfully. When Mu Wushu saw Lin Feng, he was clearly stunned. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face. Mu Wushu was the son of the Northern Desolation City's city lord. There was a 70% to 80% chance that he had seen Lin Feng before. After all, Demon Saber Nailin Jing had appeared in Northern Desolation City that day. All the major powers in Northern Desolation City were in a state of extreme vigilance and nervousness. However, Lin Feng and Demon Saber Nailin Jing had been drinking in the tower for an entire night. Just thinking about it was a bit unbelievable. Reckless brat, I'll let you know how stupid it is to offend a Yin-Yang realm cultivator. He Hongxuan's expression was gloomy. He took a step forward. He sent a palm strike toward Lin Feng. Clearly, He Hongxian knew that he couldn't win against Lin Feng in a war of words, so he planned to directly attack the world of cultivators. In the end, the strong were respected. He Hongxian has made a move. That brat is probably going to suffer. I wonder if He Hongxian will kill that brat later. That's hard to say. He Hongxian is arrogant and ruthless. I wouldn't be surprised if he killed that brat. Many people were discussing. Clearly, in everyone's opinion, facing the attack of He Hongxian, an Yin-Yang realm cultivator, Lin Feng didn't have any strength to resist. The gap between the martial king realm and the Yin-Yang realm was too big. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. In the face of He Hongxian's attack, Lin Feng sneered. He directly took out the bronze mirror. Lin Feng wanted to test the power of this treasure. Killing a martial king was as easy as crushing an ant. What if he faced a Yin-Yang realm cultivator? When they saw Lin Feng take out the bronze mirror, many people's eyelids twitched violently. After all, only a small number of cultivators saw Lin Feng take out the bronze mirror. Most people didn't see it. Is it a bronze artifact? Some cultivators exclaimed. Naturally, everyone knew what a bronze artifact meant. Even Mu Wushu and Song Qian's eyelids twitched violently when they saw the bronze mirror in Lin Feng's hand. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. This treasure is mine. He Hongxian looked at the bronze mirror in Lin Feng's hand with a greedy gaze. He quickly rushed over and reached out to grab the bronze mirror in Lin Feng's hand. Buzz! At that moment, the bronze mirror in Lin Feng's hand swept out with a green light. Then, it swept over He Hongxian. Bang! The power of this attack was shocking. It directly sent He Hongxian flying. Wah! He Hongxian actually spat out a mouthful of blood. His body crashed heavily into the stone door, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. Chapter 658. Isn't this bronze mirror too powerful? It's really a heaven-defying treasure. Even He Hongxian couldn't resist the bronze mirror's power. Voices of discussion rose and fell. Many people looked at the bronze mirror in Lin Feng's hand in shock. This treasure was truly too terrifying. Many people's eyes burned with greed, but they wanted the bronze mirror's power. The desire in many people's hearts was suppressed. Even an expert like He Hongxian couldn't resist the bronze mirror's power. What about them? If they tried to steal it, wouldn't they be courting death? Brat, I'm going to kill you. He Hongxian's handsome face twisted. He had never been humiliated like this before. Killing intent surged in his heart. He just wanted to tear Lin Feng to pieces. He wanted to take revenge. I told you, so what if you're in the Yin-Yang realm? You're just a frog in a well. You don't even know your ancestors' names anymore. Lin Feng's mouth twitched as if he was joking. He Hongxian was about to go crazy. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If looks could kill, Lin Feng had already been cut to pieces by He Hongxian's gaze. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. He Hongxian shouted. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a treasured sword flew out. The treasured sword had pictures of wind, thunder, rain, and snow on it. These pictures represented the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. This treasured sword was called the 4 Seasons Sword. It was made of a kind of deep-sea ice stone. It was a rare treasure. 10,000 swords god-killing technique. He Hongxian immediately displayed a powerful swordsmanship. Dense sword qi intertwined and surrounded Lin Feng from all directions. He Hongxian was worthy of being an Yin-Yang realm expert. When he used the 10,000 swords god-killing technique, it was indeed powerful. The sword qi swept across the sky. The terrifying power made people's hair stand on end. Many people paled when they felt the power of the 10,000 swords god-killing technique. Deity Sword Villa's sword techniques are indeed exquisite. A total of 999 sword chis. This He Hongxian really is a genius. He actually comprehended the myriad sword god-killing art to the level of 999 strands of sword chi. That little boy is in danger. He's surrounded by sword chi. Even though the bronze mirror is extremely powerful, it can't destroy all the sword chi. Many people were talking about it. The power displayed by He Hongxuan's myriad sword god-killing technique was indeed too terrifying. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng was going to die. After all, Lin Feng was only a martial king. His strength was not enough to challenge He Hongxian. Only cultivators of the same level would be able to withstand He Hongxuan's attack. As for Lin Feng, only death awaited him. Heaven-devouring jar. Just as the densely packed sword chi was about to slash down, Lin Feng waved his left hand. The heaven-devouring jar flew out. Is this also a magic treasure? What the hell is this? Many people rolled their eyes. But at that moment, Lin Feng activated the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar's power surged out. The densely packed sword chi was directly devoured. Then, the bronze mirror shot out a beam of green light. Once again, He Hongxian was sent flying. Wah! He Hongxian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became even paler and uglier. That broken jar actually devoured He Hongxuan's sword chi. Many people were shocked. They stared at Lin Feng's two treasures in shock. Little boy, if you didn't have these two treasures, killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. He Hongxian roared. Lin Feng looked at He Hongxian as if he was an idiot. What's the point of saying all this? I don't even want to fight with you. I can beat you up with my magic treasure. The corners of many people's mouths twitched. This kind of battle was too depressing. He clearly had the advantage in terms of strength, but what was the use of being strong? In the world of cultivators, there were too many factors that could determine victory. For example, magic treasures. And Lin Feng was using two powerful magic treasures. One was attacking, the other was devouring his opponent's attack. The two of them worked together, beating He Hongxian. Little boy, don't be too happy. I have a way to deal with you. He Hongxuan's face was gloomy. Buzz. He Hongxuan's dantian shone brightly. Martial spirit. He Hongxian was about to activate his martial spirit. He's about to use his trump card. I wonder what He Hongxuan's martial spirit is. He Hongxian was able to break through to the yin-yang realm. His martial spirit must be extraordinary. Many onlookers looked at He Hongxian. A strange energy was emitted from He Hongxuan's body. Soon, the energy enveloped the entire stone room. When that energy enveloped Lin Feng was stunned. Lin Feng suddenly felt that the connection between him and the bronze mirror and the heaven-devouring jar had become very weak. What's this? Lin Feng was very surprised. Ha ha, little boy, this is my martial spirit. It's an isolating martial spirit. It can isolate the connection between objects. Now, I've used my isolating martial spirit to isolate you from the two magic treasures. You can't use them anymore. He Hongxian laughed complacently. Lin Feng was very surprised. He said, this martial spirit is really strange. Little boy, it's about time to end this. He Hongxuan's face was filled with killing intent. He held his sword and jumped forward. He can't use his magic treasures. That little boy is going to die, right? Many people cried out in alarm. In the onlookers' eyes, Lin Feng was relying on his two magic treasures. But now, Lin Feng couldn't even use his magic treasures. He was definitely going to die. He's going to lose. He'll probably be killed by He Hongxian. Song Qin shook her head. That's not necessarily true. Mu Wushu stared at Lin Feng. Song Qian looked at Mu Wushu in surprise and said, "Brother Mu, why do you think so highly of him? After all, he's only a martial king." "He's the strongest martial king I've seen in so many years," Mu Wushu murmured. The scene of the battle at the peak of northern wasteland city appeared in his mind. Mu Wushu could naturally feel it. Compared to the battle at northern wasteland city, Lin Feng had become even stronger. Did he break through again? Mu Wushu narrowed his eyes. His gaze was sharp. Song Qian was very surprised. She didn't know why Mu Wushu thought so highly of Lin Feng. Her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Feng. At that moment, Song Qian saw, facing He Hongshuan's attack, Lin Feng put away the magic treasures that he couldn't use for the time being. He stretched out his left hand. On his left hand, a dazzling blade of light condensed. He stretched out his right hand. On his right hand, a terrifying sword qi condensed in an instant. Blade of light, sword qi, blade and sword fusion. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Boom, boom, as the terrifying aura spread out. Everyone saw it. A huge blade of light and sword qi fused together in the air. It instantly attacked He Hongxian. Bang! The two sides fiercely collided. As if struck by lightning, He Hongxian was blasted away. His body was torn apart by the sword qi and the blade of light. Blood dripped. In an instant, he was covered in blood. It was extremely miserable. Chapter 659. The entire cavern became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone turned to look at Lin Feng in shock. How was this possible? How was this possible? This was absolutely impossible. This thought flashed through everyone's mind. It seemed that other than these thoughts, they could not think of anything else. That was because everyone was deeply shaken. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng was able to suppress He Hongxian because he had two powerful treasures. Now, they could not be used. Was he going to be miserable? But what was the result? He Hongxian was defeated. He Hongxian was defeated with an overwhelming advantage. Song Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of monster is this guy? She stared at Lin Feng. Then Song Qian looked at Mu Wushu and asked, "Do you know him? Did you say anything about what happened in northern Desolate City?" Mu Wushu smiled bitterly. "He's the one who caused all the commotion." Song Qian was shocked. News about northern Desolate City had been blocked. However, some large factions and experts still had sources of information. Song Qian was an yin-yang expert. It was not surprising that she could get such information. Mu Wushu nodded and said, "That's right." Song Qian's heart was filled with an indescribable shock. When she heard about what happened in northern Desolate City, she did not care. That was because the Tianwu continent was filled with legends about geniuses. For example, a certain genius fought a yin-yang dragon in a deep-sea lake for 3 days and 3 nights before leaving. Another example was a certain genius who could fight a yin-yang expert at the age of 15 and not lose. Such news. There were too many. However, if one really investigated, they would find out. Most of these legends were fabricated. Many people made up such legends for Yang Ming. Originally, Song Qian thought that what happened in northern Desolate City was also a fabrication. But now, she knew that it was all true. The witness of what happened in northern Desolate City, Mu Wushu, was beside her. The main character of the northern Desolate City incident had used his own strength to beat He Hongxian, who was in the yin-yang realm, half to death, said Mu Wushu. Although this He Hongshuan's talent is not bad, he's wasting his talent. He doesn't cultivate diligently, and the only reason he was able to break through was because of the accumulation of countless cultivation resources. I just didn't expect his battle power to be so weak. Song Qian asked. How strong do you expect someone as arrogant as He Hongxian to be? Mu Wushu nodded. It was exactly as He Hongxian had said. Many people who seemed to be arrogant and insufferably arrogant might actually not be that powerful. The truly powerful ones were those who kept a low profile. Clearly, He Hongxian belonged to the first category. Moreover, once a cultivator broke through to the Yin-Yang realm, there would be a huge gap in their combat power. They were both at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. A cultivator who comprehended spirit could instantly kill a cultivator who didn't. A first firmament Yin-Yang realm cultivator who had comprehended spirit could even contend with a second firmament or third firmament Yin-Yang realm cultivator who had not comprehended spirit. As for the cultivators at the first heaven of the Yin-Yang realm who had comprehended force, they could easily defeat a first firmament Yin-Yang realm cultivator who had comprehended spirit. If they comprehended spirit and force at the same time, that would be even more terrifying. Therefore, there was a huge gap in cultivation between each realm. Although Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the Yin-Yang realm, he was a cultivator who had comprehended spirit and force at the same time. He could be said to be a rare existence. How can you be so strong? He Hongxian got up from the ground and looked at Lin Feng with a face full of horror. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped forward. He wanted to kill He Hongxian. Kid, you can't kill me, He Hongxian roared. Sword Dao incarnation. He Hongxian roared and soared into the sky. Swoosh! Sword Chi soared into the sky. He Hongxian disappeared. What replaced him was a dense sword Chi. He Hongxian transformed into sword Chi one after another. Then, the densely packed sword Chi rushed out. Stay. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He used Sky Splitter to kill the sword Chi. Puff, puff. The sword Chi was torn apart one by one. But dozens of sword Chi still managed to escape. There were too many sword Chi, and it was impossible to destroy them all. This is the Deity Sword Villa's escape method. It will harm their origin. Unless you're an almighty powerhouse, it'll be extremely difficult to kill him, Mu Wushu said. Song Qian smiled. I've heard of junior brother Lin's name for a long time. Now that I've met you, you're even stronger than the rumors say. The ancient barbarian kingdom was attached to the Blue Cloud sect. Although Song Qian wasn't a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, she had gone to the Blue Cloud sect to cultivate in the past. It was reasonable for her to address Lin Feng as junior brother. Senior sister Song, you're too polite. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Brother Lin, it seems like the three of us need to work together to open the door to the main stone room, Mu Wushu said. Lin Feng nodded. The world of cultivators was indeed a world where the strong were respected. Lin Feng thought to himself. He had beaten He Hongxian half to death. The surrounding cultivators looked at him in awe. Even Mu Wushu and Song Qian, who were geniuses and goddesses, had taken the initiative to talk to him. Strength. It was the foundation of the world of cultivators. Lin Feng nodded. Let's try and see if we can open the door. Okay. Song Qian nodded. The three of them arrived in front of the stone door. Open. Lin Feng, Song Qian, and Mu Wushu exerted their strength at the same time. Rumble! Rumble! This time, the stone door to the main room was shaken. The three of them will definitely be pushed open if they work together. It's a pity that we're not fated with them. A cultivator sighed. Ordinary cultivators like them naturally didn't dare to compete with Lin Feng, Song Qian, and Mu Wushu for the treasures in the stone room. The stone door was indeed too heavy. Even Lin Feng and the other two had to expend a great deal of strength to move the stone door. The heavy stone door was gradually pushed open by the three of them. They didn't completely push the stone door open, and there was no need for that. They only pushed it open a little. It was enough to enter. Lin Feng and the other two entered the stone room one after the other. The stone room was very large. After they entered, they were immediately stunned on the spot. They were dumbstruck because in the stone room there was a woman in snow-white clothes with her back facing them. That graceful and charming figure, that enchanting and moving figure, one could vaguely see snow-white skin. Lin Feng, Song Qian, and Mu Wushu looked at each other. They all saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. How many years ago was this cave abode? There was actually a woman inside. Could it be that Macho? If it really was that Macho, if she was still alive. So many people had barged into her cave abode. They had disturbed her cultivation. Most likely, everyone would die without a proper burial ground. Lin Feng, Song Qian, and Mu Wushu's expressions became unprecedentedly serious. Chapter 660. This woman's body was surrounded by immortal energy. She was like a fairy that had descended from the 9 heavens. Even though Lin Feng was a little worried about his own safety. However, they couldn't help but want to see how beautiful that face would be. Is it Senior Macho? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. But the fairy-like woman didn't turn around. Something's not right. She doesn't seem to be a human. Song Qian whispered. Lin Feng and Mu Wushu nodded. Now, they also felt that something was wrong. Her clothes were as white as snow. She was peerless. She had the best appearance in the world. But she didn't turn around. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. Her body was slowly dissipating. It turned into specks of star-like light. Is it a mark? Lin Feng whispered. Finally, the specks of star-like light turned into a painting. In the painting was a woman, although only her side profile could be seen. But even if it was only her side profile, it could already be called a peerless fairy. Just a glance. It would be unforgettable. Senior Macho, Lin Feng was shocked. The woman in the painting was the mysterious woman who had just disappeared. She should be Macho, right? There are words on the painting. Song Qian said. The 3 of them looked over. They saw a short poem written on the painting. Kai Wei, Wei also stopped. Returning day after day. The years also stopped. Indulging in the house because of Macho. Not less than Shiju because of Macho. Kai Wei, Wei also stopped. Returning day after day. The heart also stopped. Intense worry, hunger, and thirst. My garrison is not set. The emissary returns. Kai Wei, Wei also stopped. Returning day after day. The years also stopped. The affairs of the king are dispirited, not to mention others. Worried about Kong Gui, I can't walk. What is Bil Wei? The beauty of Wei Chong. What is Bai Lucy? A gentleman's carriage. Once the military vehicle was in motion, the 4 horses began to move. How would they dare to settle down? 3 victories in a month. Driving on the other side. For Mu. What a gentleman relies on is what a villain goes against. For mules, like a fish robe. Isn't that the day precepts? Hiss. In the past, I went to the willows. Today, I come to think of it, the rain and snow are falling. As Lin Feng Trio read this poem, they could not help becoming somewhat infatuated. It was as if they were looking at a peerless beauty standing in the forest, looking into the distance, waiting for his lover to return. In the past, I've gone willow trees rustling gently. Today, I'm thinking of the snow and rain. This sentence expressed his deep longing for his lover. Helplessly. Senior Macho. But his lover never came back. The painting suddenly burst into flames. It floated in the air. Scorching flames. Let it ignite. The flames seemed to want to burn away the thousands of years of longing. They were burned as well. Painting. they were reduced to ashes. The three people in the stone room did not speak for a long time. After a long time, Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "Cherish what you have in front of you. Only then will you not leave behind endless regret and sorrow." Mu Wushu said, "Yes." Then he sighed and said, "I wonder who that man is. Such a peerless beauty has waited for him her entire life, but he still hasn't returned." There was a hint of resentment in his tone. He seemed to feel that it was not worth it for Senior Macho. Song Qian said, "As expected, there are no good men." Lin Feng and Mu Wushu could not help but laugh bitterly. At this time, Song Qian was clearly being unreasonable. It was useless to reason with her. "Look, there's a stone platform over there. There seem to be three things on it." Lin Feng pointed to a stone platform in the depths of the stone room. The three of them quickly walked over. There were indeed three things on the stone platform. The first item was a scroll. The second was a small porcelain bottle. The bottle constantly emitted roars and flashed with light. There seemed to be a ferocious beast sealed inside, but upon closer inspection, it was not a ferocious beast. Instead, it was a drop of powerful ferocious beast's blood. It was the blood of a ferocious beast that had died countless years ago. Its divine power had yet to dissipate. The third item was a palm-sized piece of metal. This metal was imprinted with a star-like imprint. It was 9 heaven star metal. This was the legendary divine metal. It was most suitable for forging magic treasures. "I'm about to forge a magic treasure, and I need precious materials. How about this 9 heaven star metal belong to me?" Song Qian said. Lin Feng and Mu Wushu nodded. Song Qian was delighted and put away the 9 heaven star metal. "Brother Lin, are you planning on taking it? A scroll or a ferocious beast's blood?" Mu Wushu asked. His eyes were fixed on the scroll. Clearly, Mu Wushu really wanted the scroll. This scroll might contain some powerful secret technique. Lin Feng, on the other hand, wanted the ferocious beast's blood. This was because Lin Feng had already cultivated several terrifying techniques. He did not need to cultivate any new secret techniques for a while. Moreover, it was very difficult to find a secret technique that could interest Lin Feng. However, the ferocious beast's blood was different. It could increase Lin Feng's cultivation level. Now, Lin Feng's most pressing matter was to increase his cultivation level and reach the Yin-Yang realm as soon as possible. Without reaching the Yin-Yang realm, he was still an ant. "I want the ferocious beast's blood. What do you think, Brother Mu?" Lin Feng smiled. Lin Feng's choice was exactly what Mu Wushu wanted. Mu Wushu smiled and said, "I want this scroll." The three of them took their treasures. Next, they searched the stone room again. However, they did not find anything else. The three of them did not stay and left the cave. The other cultivators rushed into the main room. Mu Wushu said, "I hope Brother Lin can forget about the unpleasant events in Northern Desolate City. When you come to Northern Desolate City in the future, you must come find me. With me around, the Flame Dragon Gang will not dare to cause trouble in front of Brother Lin." Mu Wushu's meaning was obvious. Even if he had to offend the Flame Dragon Gang, he had to befriend Lin Feng. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "When the time comes, I will definitely pay you a visit." Song Qian smiled and said, "Junior Brother Lin, are you here to train in the ancient barbarian mines?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I'm here to train as an inner disciple for a year." Mu Wushu and Song Qian were shocked. Lin Feng had just become an inner disciple. He was already so powerful. In the future, when they thought of this, they became even more determined to befriend Lin Feng. Song Qian smiled and said, "When I have time in the future, I will visit you at the ancient barbarian mines. When the time comes, I will definitely treat you well. Lin Feng cupped his fists. The three of them parted ways. Lin Feng hurried to find a place to refine the ferocious beast's blood. He hoped that the ferocious beast's blood would help him break through. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in a cave. He took out a porcelain bottle and broke the seal. Roar! A ferocious beast pounced out. It was a baixia. This was an ancient ferocious beast. However, right now, it was just a manifestation of blood. Lin Feng sneered and smashed the baixia's phantom with a punch. Then, Lin Feng swallowed the ferocious beast's blood. Time passed. A day later, a terrifying aura came out of the cave. Bang! Lin Feng broke through, and the aura in his body leaked out. The entire mountain peak was blasted into pieces by the energy that leaked outwards. Chapter 661. There was a huge crowd in front of the Godfallen Cliff. Many cultivators had arrived. Currently, the heavenly sage Great Emperor's ancient imperial weapon was shaking the world. Naturally, it would attract countless cultivators. Of course, everyone was still in a wait-and-see mode. No one dared to enter rashly, because the Godfallen Cliff was too dangerous. Even though the power of the restrictions had weakened a lot, this place was still a land of death. It devoured people's lives. If one entered rashly, only death would await them. Many powerhouses from large factions had arrived. Have you heard? Even the powerhouses from the Palace of Immortality have arrived. Some cultivators were discussing. Lin Feng was shocked. Even the Palace of Immortality had been alerted. They were the overlords of the 72 northern prefectures. However, it was normal. Even the Palace of Immortality was very interested in imperial weapons. Even the ancient factions did not have many imperial weapons. They were existences that surpassed the gods. They were supreme treasures forged by great emperors. Any one of them could cause an entire realm to sink into oblivion with just a light blow. Once activated, they could instantly destroy a top-tier faction. This was how terrifying imperial weapons were. I heard that these imperial weapons all have gods. Usually, the gods are in a state of deep slumber. A cultivator said, "Gods." Lin Feng muttered. This was the first time he had heard this term, and he was very surprised. What is a god? A young cultivator asked. Clearly, like Lin Feng, he did not understand the meaning of the word god. Gods who ignite their divine fire can be called gods. This is the cultivation of cultivators. An old cultivator said. An old cultivator said. They had also heard of it. They had cultivated to the peak of the rebirth realm. If they could ignite their divine fire, they could transcend the shackles of reincarnation. They could become gods. If they could become gods, their lifespan could reach 100,000 years. What a long lifespan! Of course, their cultivation would also become more powerful. The old cultivator continued. Cultivators can continuously increase their cultivation, and so can their treasures. A young cultivator said, "It's like our natal treasures. They will become stronger as their master's cultivation increases." The old cultivator nodded and said, "That's right." After pausing for a moment, the old cultivator continued. When a cultivator reaches the mystic realm and ignites a divine flame, they are known as gods. When an artifact spirit forms a divine dwelling and cultivates within it, they are known as gods. Everyone pondered the old cultivator's words. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, are you saying that the treasure's artifact spirit will create a divine manner to complete a transformation similar to a cultivator's breakthrough from the rebirth realm to the god realm?" The old cultivator smiled and said, "That's exactly what I meant. When a cultivator is in the reincarnation realm, he is still immortal and has not transcended. If he ignites his divine flame, he will have completely transcended and will no longer be immortal, but a true God. It's the same for weapon spirits. If they can create a divine palace, they can become gods. They can even absorb the willpower of all living beings to strengthen themselves. After the transformation, a god will have complete consciousness. Even if its master dies, it can continue practicing cultivation. If someone can awaken a god, that great imperial weapon will explode with 30% of the strength of a great emperor, said Lin Feng. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Many people's eyes widened. Explode with 30% of the strength of a great emperor? Didn't that mean that it could easily kill a god? A cultivator asked, Senior, are you saying this from hearsay? It's just a weapon. How can it explode with 30% of the strength of a great emperor? That's complete nonsense. The old cultivator smiled and said, If you believe it, it's true. If you don't, it's not true. Whether you believe it or not depends on your thoughts. The old cultivator walked into the distance and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak, no longer speaking. Clearly, many people didn't believe the old cultivator's words. A weapon that could unleash 30% of the strength of a great emperor? Wouldn't that make one invincible? Lin Feng rubbed his chin, pondering the old cultivator's words. He didn't know if the old cultivator's words were trustworthy. If the fire Qilin was here, it would definitely know. More and more powerhouses arrived. Even powerhouses from outside the 72 prefectures came. God's sect. This was an extremely ancient faction located in the 16 prefectures of Serene Cloud. The 72 prefectures were surrounded by the endless lake, separating them from the rest. Passing through the boundless endless lake. This was the 16 prefectures of Serene Cloud. There were many powerful factions in the 16 prefectures of Serene Cloud. However, the God sect was definitely one of the strongest. This was because it was an ancient faction. The powerhouses of the God sect were shrouded in divine light. Their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. Not far away were the cultivators of the Longevity Hall. Waves of immortal light covered their true appearances. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. 1,000-meter-long dragon flew over with many cultivators sitting on it. Many people looked at the dragon in shock. The ferocious dragon was only a mount. Who was this person? Could it be a powerhouse from the ancient divine sect? A cultivator exclaimed in shock, feeling a little uncertain. There were 3 ancient factions in the 16 prefectures of Serene Cloud. The God sect, the ancient divine sect, the fairy pavilion. Now, 2 of the 3 ancient factions had arrived. Kik. In the distance, mist floated. A gloomy voice could be heard. It was a ball of black mist that covered the sky and the sun. Dozens of blurry figures could be seen in the black mist. The godly temple of the wildlands. Someone exclaimed. This was another ancient faction in the 72 prefectures of Serene Cloud. Of course, they were slightly weaker than the Longevity Hall. However, that was only relative. The godly temple of the wildlands was a very terrifying faction. However, this faction was both righteous and evil. Many evil factions were protected by the godly temple of the wildlands. For example, the factions of the East County had joined forces to destroy the Soul Devourer Temple. They had almost succeeded. However, the godly temple of the wildlands had interfered and caused them to fail. Even the powerhouses of the godly temple of the wildlands had arrived. There were both righteous and evil factions. They were all eyeing the imperial weapon covetously. What exactly is the imperial weapon left behind by the heavenly sage great emperor? Lin Feng scratched his chin and couldn't help but think. A single weapon had attracted so many top-notch powerhouses? Could it be that the old cultivator was telling the truth? Could an imperial weapon really unleash 30% of a great emperor's combat strength? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. It's you. Suddenly, an incredulous voice could be heard from the mist. It was the powerhouse of the godly temple of the wildlands. He seemed to have discovered someone extraordinary. His emotions were fluctuating violently. This attracted everyone's attention. The powerhouses of the Longevity Hall, the God Sect, and the Ancient Divine Sect also looked over. Many powerhouses from the primordial and ancient era also looked over. An old cultivator was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak. He was dressed in green. He looked very ordinary. In fact, he even looked a little shabby. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like an old cultivator who had fallen from grace. He could not be associated with a top-notch powerhouse. It's him. Lin Feng was shocked. It was the old cultivator who had been chatting with them earlier. Who is he? The powerhouse of the gods, Sect asked. Burial of the Ninth Era. The powerhouse of the godly temple of the Wildlands said in a trembling voice. Burial of the Ninth Era? Who is he? Countless cultivators were puzzled. They had never heard of this name. When some of the older cultivators and the higher-ups of the top-notch factions heard this name, they were deeply shocked. Chapter 662. Buried deep in the starry sky. 9 reincarnations just to meet you again. Zhangjiu was a name no one wanted to mention, a name so powerful that the Tianwu continent trembled. And now he had appeared here. It was truly inconceivable. Zhangjiu? Who is he? Many people were puzzled. They didn't know who he was. Finally, a cultivator whispered, "He's someone who buried time." Buried time? Everyone was puzzled. What was time? Time was the evolution of the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was the order of the great Tao. Who could bury time? It sounded inconceivable. No one knows who he is. All we know is that he appears once every 10,000 years. A cultivator said. Anyone who hadn't heard of Zhangjiu's name was shaken. Appeared once every 10,000 years. This meant that Zhangjiu had appeared more than once. How many tens of thousands of years had he lived? Was he a god? Lin Feng was greatly shaken. She really couldn't associate that smiling and somewhat downtrodden cultivator with a god. Rumor has it that Zhangjiu cultivated a technique that buried time. Every time he appeared, the time was very short. Then, he would bury himself in the eternal depths of time and space. Time wouldn't flow there, and he wouldn't continue to age. He could live forever. A cultivator told the rumors he had heard. No one knew how long Zhangjiu had lived. No one knew how powerful he was. 50,000 years ago, an ancient sacred land in the middle continent attacked Zhangjiu, a quasi-archaic power. How powerful was it? But it was destroyed in the end. No one knew what happened that night. Zhangjiu's fierce name was passed down. He was a person full of secrets. Buried time, endless life. Lin Feng muttered, feeling shocked. But soon he frowned slightly. Why did he have a strange feeling? Was this a curse? Was Zhangjiu cursed? Lin Feng didn't know why such a strange thought appeared in his mind, but he couldn't get rid of it. May I ask if you are Senior Zhangjiu? A cultivator from the Longevity Hall asked. I came from eternity, and I will return to eternity. I buried time, but time cannot erase me. The old cultivator muttered. His body gradually dissipated and eventually disappeared without a trace. Everything felt like a dream. He left. Many people were shocked. Zhangjiu left just like that. He wasn't interested in the imperial weapon. No one knew why he had come here. Mysterious and powerful. This world doesn't lack strong cultivators. Lin Feng muttered. This Song 9 was obviously full of secrets. Of course, these secrets were not something Lin Feng could explore. Zhang Jiushi's departure made many top forces heave a sigh of relief, because, in their opinion, if Zhang Jiu had the intention to use the imperial armament, he would have been able to use it. Then, no one would be able to compete with Zhang Jiushi. This existence was simply too powerful. If that old man is Zhang Jiushi, doesn't that mean what he said before is true? A cultivator exclaimed. Zhang Jiushi had said this before. A monarch weapon could unleash 30% of a monarch realm expert's combat strength. This was definitely a power that could instantly kill a god. Now, Zhang Jiushi's identity was clear as day. If one carefully thought about Zhang Jiushi's words, no one would think that Zhang Jiushi's words were nonsense. Monarch weapons are actually so terrifying. No wonder these top forces are so crazy about them. Lin Feng muttered, his heart filled with shock. Whoever obtained a monarch weapon might not be invincible. However, it wouldn't be a problem for them to sweep through Tianwu continent's 3,000 prefectures. Buzz, at this moment, in the depths of the God-fallen cliff, a violent fluctuation spread out. Then flowers rained down. Golden lotuses appeared on the ground. The sound of the Tao rose in spirals. Immortal qi filled the sky. Boundless divine, light surged. The sound of the great Tao was endless. It was as if an ancient sacred emperor was about to descend. Monarch weapon tremor. Everyone was shaken to the core. This was the monarch weapon tremor. It caused a phenomenon in the world. In the depths of the God-fallen cliff, looking into the distance, within the divine light, a mysterious supreme treasure floated up and down. Is that a monarch weapon? Many cultivators were so excited that their bodies were trembling. Even the Palace of Immortality and the other ancient factions were shocked. They couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts. Is that a monarch weapon? Lin Feng's heart pounded wildly. The moment the monarch weapon appeared, it caused a phenomenon in the world. It was really terrifying, as expected of a legendary treasure. Didn't they say that some ancient factions have monarch weapons? But most of the rumors are not true. Lin Feng muttered, if they could really control such a supreme treasure, those ancient factions would have already swept through the 3,000 prefectures and unified the Tianwu continent. But in reality, the Tianwu continent was very peaceful, although there were demons causing trouble, but they were all small scale. There were no large-scale battles or conflicts. Many major factions were excited. Now, there were already experts who were planning to make a move. They wanted to enter and investigate. God-fallen cliff, won't it be a 90% chance of survival if we enter? Lin Feng shook his head. This was the place where the heavenly Saint Great Emperor was buried. A great emperor was buried there. Since it was called a land of death, naturally, it was endlessly terrifying. Entering it would also be a 90% chance of survival. However, for the monarch weapon, many people were willing to take the risk. Perhaps this was the spirit of cultivators. Although there was a 90% chance of death, they had no regrets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 20 experts moved. They gathered together and entered the God-fallen cliff. These top factions finally can't hold back and are about to make a move. Many people discussed. There were more than 20 top experts, all of them at the Yinyang realm. It was a force formed by the ancient factions, the desolate factions, and the ancient factions. This force could be considered powerful no matter where it was placed. They flew into the God-fallen cliff. But at that moment, something strange happened. Two powerhouses lost control of their bodies and fell to the ground. When they fell to the ground, they had already turned into bones. What happened? Everyone's hair stood on end. This was too terrifying. The sky fell in a few breaths of time. How could they turn into bones? The power of time. An almighty from the palace of immortality said gloomily, "Time. It was enough to destroy everything." The seemingly endless years of a cultivator were in front of time. It was just a drop of water in the ocean. It was not worth mentioning. Time had buried these people. The forbidden land of death had the power of time. Whether it was the primordial demon mountain, Nine Dragon Ridge, Sun Moon Cave, God Burial Stream, Undying Mountain Range, or the God-fallen cliff, they were all covered by the power of time. One wrong step, and they would die tragically. The others' expressions changed drastically. They quickly landed in the forest where the God-fallen cliff was, not daring to continue flying. However, as soon as they landed, the bodies of 3 experts cracked like porcelain. No, they shouted in horror, but they were powerless to stop it. Bang! In the next moment, their bodies shattered. Chapter 663. What did they encounter? Many people felt their hair stand on end. They had just entered the God Luo cliff. 5 Yin-Yang realm cultivators had already died. These were big shots. Usually, the death of a cultivator of this level would cause a huge uproar. But now, cultivators of this level had died. So tragically, the power of cultivators is really too weak in front of the order of heaven and earth. Lin Feng muttered. The God Luo cliff was a land of death created by the order of heaven and earth. Countless secrets were hidden in it, but they wanted to explore it. How difficult was this task? Those cultivators gritted their teeth, avoided the dangerous area around them, and continued to walk deeper into the cliff. No one died. It seems that not every place in the God Luo cliff is so dangerous. Lin Feng stared at the cultivators in the God Luo cliff. Now, they were walking deeper into the cliff. There were 7 mountains in the God Luo cliff. Those cultivators crossed 2 mountains. They reached the 3rd mountain. Could it be that we can really reach the depths of the 7th mountain? Those people from the major factions were very excited. In the deepest part, they buried the heavenly saint great emperor. There was the inheritance of a great emperor and a powerful great emperor weapon. If they could really reach that place, the rewards were immeasurable, unimaginable. But soon, those people were killed. In the void, there was a cold light surging. With a light sweep, 6 or 7 cultivators were swept away. And then they died. It was a terrifying thing. They died tragically just like that. It was so terrifying that it made one's countenance change. The restrictions of the God Luo cliff are really strong. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He felt that the remaining people would not be able to reach the depths of the God Luo cliff. They had not even gone halfway, and they had already lost so many people. Moreover, the deeper they went, it would be more dangerous. Everyone, let's retreat. A cultivator said with fear in his heart, even if they were prepared to die here, before entering the God Luo cliff. But when they saw the cultivators around them die one by one, they were also frightened. Everyone was afraid of death. And what was even more terrifying than death was waiting before it. 6 or 7 cultivators decided to retreat. They went back the way they came. However, there were still a few cultivators who did not want to give up. They continued to walk deeper into the forest. However, not long after, screams could be heard from the depths. The cultivators who chose to go deeper. He died a horrible death. The rest of the people were pale and quickly walked out of the God Luo cliff. However, they had encountered something terrifying. One cultivator after another fell to the ground. Not even a scream could be heard. He collapsed in the forest. Then his body turned into a bloody pulp and merged with the ground of the God-fallen cliff. What happened? Lin Feng muttered. What happened in the God Luo cliff was really too terrifying. Even if he didn't enter it, it made him feel cold all over. That was more than 20 yin yang cultivators. But now, all of them had fallen. This matter was bound to cause a huge uproar, ever since the dark ages of the Middle Ages. Since then, more than 20 yin yang realm cultivators had died in one go. But now, however, more than 20 yin yang realm experts were buried in the God-falling cliff. This was enough to shock anyone. Many cultivators looked at the God-falling cliff with pale faces. Clearly, everything in the God Luo cliff. This made them feel even more horrified. Imperial weapon, the orthodoxy of the heavenly Saint Great Emperor. Was it really that easy to obtain? Of course not. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain it. The losses are too great. Even the top factions can't bear such losses. Lin Feng frowned. I hope these old bones can still be of some use. At this time, an old cultivator from the ancient divine sect walked out. He was really too old. His whole body was bent. He couldn't even straighten his back. He gave people the feeling that he was about to die. This was a terrifying existence. However, his lifespan had reached its end. The old sect master of the ancient divine sect. Someone exclaimed. He recognized the old cultivator's identity. His background was so great that it was terrifying. The divine martial sect. In the past, this name had once resounded throughout the Tianwu continent. Didn't they say that he died 3,000 years ago? He actually lived until now. He should be 12,000 years old, right? Some cultivators discussed. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this. 12,000 years old. Heavens! Wasn't this lifespan too long? He could be considered an old immortal. I didn't expect to see the divine martial sect senior here. Many experts from the top factions bowed to the old sect master of the ancient divine sect. Even the almighty experts were just juniors in front of the old sect master. This must be an ancient powerhouse, right? His lifespan must be more than 10,000 years. Lin Feng was shocked. He guessed the divine martial sect's cultivation level. No need to be so polite. The divine martial sect's master smiled. His voice was old and hoarse. He had come out of seclusion for the Luotian cliff. Ancestor, please reconsider. We really don't want you to go in. The cultivators from the ancient divine sect begged. The old sect master knew that he didn't have much time left. Moreover, his body was too old. His cultivation had been declining. He couldn't improve. If he couldn't break through, it would be difficult for him to break through the shackles of heaven and earth. He couldn't go against the heavens to prolong his life. Therefore, the divine martial sect wanted to do something for the ancient divine sect in his final moments. At this moment, the imperial weapon of the Luotian cliff vibrated. The restrictions on the cliff were much weaker than before. The divine martial sect wanted to enter the Luotian cliff with his broken body. It would be best if he could retrieve the imperial weapon for the ancient divine sect. Even if he couldn't retrieve the imperial weapon, the heavenly Saint Great Emperor was also buried deep in the Luotian cliff. There were countless treasures and inheritances of the heavenly Saint Great Emperor. The divine martial sect hoped to bring them out. It would be enough to benefit the ancient divine sect. It had to be said that the old senior of the divine martial sect was worthy of respect, even if his life was coming to an end. They were all thinking of doing their best for their sections. Actually, he still has 100 years left, but this is a one-time opportunity. The divine martial sect isn't willing to wait any longer. I've made up my mind. Don't try to persuade me. The divine martial sect's master said. He walked toward the Luotian cliff. Soon, the divine martial sect arrived at the Luotian cliff. He avoided many dangers. Finally, he reached the fifth mountain. Many people were shocked. The old sect master of the ancient divine sect was indeed worthy of his title. Even though he was old and weak, he still passed through many dangers and reached the fifth mountain. When the divine martial sect walked toward the sixth mountain, he encountered danger. His body began to crack. He encountered an unknown and terrifying power. Time reversal! The divine martial sect shouted. His weakened blood, chi, suddenly soared into the sky, as hot as the sun. Everyone could see that the old sect master had become younger in an instant. He burned his lifespan and used a heaven-defying divine ability to restore himself to his peak state. The divine martial sect looked to be in his 30s. He was very handsome, and his battle strength could shake heaven and earth. The divine martial sect broke the destruction of his body in that area. But as soon as he walked out of that terrifying area, an even more terrifying power enveloped him. The divine martial sect burned 100 years of his lifespan to restore his youth, but under the shroud of that power, the divine martial sect became even older. In an instant, his peerless glory disappeared with the wind. Chapter 664. Elder Shinwu's sect used a heaven-defying technique to make his bloodline flourish and regain his youth, but it also violated the laws of time. Therefore, the laws of time in the God Luo cliff erased Elder Shinwu's sect. The Almighty of the Immortal Hall sighed. What a terrifying law of time! Lin Feng's face was full of shock. Although a few cultivators had encountered the power of time before, compared to the power of time that the old sect master encountered, it was not worth mentioning at all. The most dangerous and fatal power in the land of death was the power of time, because no one could resist the erosion of time. In fact, the powerful Zhongjiu was known to have buried time, but he could not truly resist the erosion of time. He buried himself in the depths of eternal time. There, time stopped flowing. That was why he could live until now. But if Zhongjiu was always in the outside world, he would also age quickly. Then, like Shinwu's sect, he would age to the point where he could not defy the heavens. His cultivation would regress. He would become so old that he could not reverse the situation. But he would make a last attempt. But Shinwu's sect still failed. Ancestor, you died so tragically. The cultivators of the ancient divine sect knelt on the ground and cried. They might have expected such a scene, but seeing Shinwu's sect die tragically in the God Luo cliff, they could not help but feel sad. Rest in peace, Lin Feng murmured. He was full of admiration for Shinwu's sect. When his life was coming to an end, he did not choose to escape. He chose to leave the mountain. He wanted to fight for a large amount of cultivation resources for his descendants, to fight for the inheritance of an emperor realm expert, or even an emperor weapon, although he failed. But it was admirable. Shinwu's sect's tragic death touched too many people, even a powerful expert like Shinwu's sect. But he could not enter the depths of the God Luo cliff to obtain an emperor weapon. Who could do it? The experts of the top forces became hesitant. Many of the top forces temporarily left and went to a nearby valley to discuss. It seems that these forces are going to be serious. A cultivator said, I heard that the longevity bell of the Immortal Hall is also an emperor weapon. A cultivator said so. Emperor Chang Sheng. Chen Changsheng. He was a figure that had shocked the ages. He had founded the Longevity Hall and passed it down to this day. Why was the Longevity Hall able to suppress the godly temple of the Wildlands, which was also an immemorial power? This was related to the Longevity Bell. Is it really an imperial weapon? Who can confirm this? Someone questioned. Another cultivator said, rumor has it that it's not a real imperial weapon. It's still far from being a real one. Back then, Emperor Changsheng had the opportunity to refine the longevity bell into a real imperial weapon, but apparently there was a mistake, and it was all for naught. Some believed that the longevity bell was a monarch weapon. Some people thought that it was impossible. Two opinions were in dispute. However, it didn't matter if it was an imperial weapon or not. The longevity bell would be extremely terrifying. Actually, it's said that only a few influential groups have great imperial weapons, such as the ancient Jiang clan, the Divine Dynasty, the Great Zhou Empire, the Ji clan, and the long-lived temple. With such great imperial weapons, they could dominate the entire Tianwu continent, but because they have more than one great imperial weapon, they're afraid of each other. That's why they haven't tried to unify the Tianwu continent. A cultivator asked. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, "Is the Great Zhou Empire that powerful?" He suddenly thought of Ji Yuhan, the little princess of the Great Zhou Empire. She was mischievous and very cute. Back then, she had gone through life and death with Lin Feng, but after they parted, they never saw each other again. The ancient Jiang clan's ancestor was a minister of the Great Zhou Empire's Ji clan. That cultivator said. Lin Feng was shocked. In the ancient times, the ancient Jiang clan's ancestor, Jiangsheng, was the first prime minister of the Great Zhou Empire. This cultivator obviously knew a lot of things and talked about the secrets of the top influential groups. If the long-lived temple uses the longevity bell, they might be able to enter the depths. But the longevity bell controls the destiny of the celestial sect. It's not easy to make the longevity bell come out. There are many benefits involved, said Lin Feng. Obviously, these cultivators were all experienced and knew how the top influential groups dealt with each other. The world was bustling with activity, and everyone worked for benefits. The top influential groups were no exception. "Kid, it's you?" At that moment, a cold voice came from afar. The voice was filled with hatred. Lin Feng looked over and saw Yu Buiyun looking at him. "You are quite lucky. You actually managed to escape from me. Are you here to die?" Lin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Now he had the bronze mirror. His cultivation had also broken through to the 9th level of the martial king realm. His battle strength had soared. He also had a supreme treasure. Lin Feng believed that he could definitely kill Yu Buiyun this time. He rushed toward Yu Buiyun. "You don't know what's good for you." Yu Buiyun sneered. Boom! A terrifying aura came from another direction. It was much stronger than Yu Buiyun. A middle-aged cultivator appeared. A second yin-yang realm cultivator. Lin Feng frowned. Yu Buiyun had found a helper. It was very likely that he was also from the Flame Dragon Gang. The Flame Dragon Gang could become one of the top influential groups in the northern wilderness city. It was impossible for Yu Buiyun to be the only yin-yang realm cultivator in the gang. "Haha, I've searched high and low for you, only to find you without any effort. Kid, you didn't expect to meet me here, did you?" At that moment, a sinister voice sounded. Lin Feng looked over. Black Qi swept over from afar. A demonic expert. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Who was this? A one-armed cultivator walked out of the Black Qi. He was skinny. He looked like a malicious spirit. Black Demon Patriarch. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect it to be this person. Black Demon Patriarch wanted to refine him into an evil spirit of a demonic treasure, but Lin Feng destroyed his demonic treasure. Moreover, Lin Feng cut off one of Black Demon Patriarch's arms. Such a deep hatred, Black Demon Patriarch could not forget. Even in his dreams, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. When he saw Lin Feng just now, he couldn't believe his eyes. He had searched for Lin Feng for so long, but he couldn't find him. Yet he saw him here. Black Demon Patriarch was overjoyed. "Who is that kid?" He's surrounded by 3 Yin realm experts. Many people exclaimed in surprise. He was just a martial king cultivator. He was actually surrounded by 3 Yin realm cultivators. This was really unbelievable. Kid, let's see how you'll die today. A resentful voice suddenly sounded. 2 figures flew over. The person who spoke was actually He Hongxian. He was almost killed by Lin Feng in Macho Cave Abode. In the end, he used a desperate method and luckily escaped. It was obvious that He Hongxian had met the experts of the sect. Besides, He Hongxian was a cultivator in his 30s. He was also at the Yin realm. He glanced coldly at Lin Feng. 5 Yin realm experts. They surrounded Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, many people were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand. Why would so many Yin realm cultivators surround a martial king cultivator? Moreover, the Yin cultivators seemed to be on high alert. Could it be that the martial king cultivator had some powerful methods? Could it be that these Yin realm cultivators found it difficult to deal with? But soon, everyone felt that this might be their imagination. A martial king was as weak as an ant in front of an Yin realm expert. Surrounded by 5 Yin realm experts, this kid will definitely die. Many onlookers looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. Chapter 665. 5 cultivators besieged him. Lin Feng was facing an unprecedented crisis. These were 5 Yin cultivators. Apart from Yu Boyun and He Hongxian, who were slightly weaker, there were 4 other cultivators. The other 3, the mysterious demon ancestor. The cultivators around Yu Boyun. The cultivators around He Hongxian. All 3 of them were very strong. Therefore, Lin Feng was indeed in trouble. Yu Boyun, the mysterious demon ancestor, He Hongxian, Zhang Shang, and Li Guangxiao. Who is that kid? How did he attract 5 Yin cultivators to attack him together? Some cultivators were puzzled. It's him. Some people were surprised, as if they had recognized Lin Feng. Oh, who's that kid? Someone asked, feeling extremely curious. He's a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, the main character of Northern Desolate City, said the cultivator. Is what happened in Northern Desolate City true? It's not just a rumor, said a cultivator in surprise. Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. That kid fought with Yu Boyun, and Yu Boyun couldn't defeat him. Now, that kid seems to be stronger than before, said the cultivator. He's stronger than before. He's not even in the Yin realm, but he can fight against an Yin cultivator. Without losing? Is that kid really that strong? Many cultivators were shocked. He's more than strong. He's also very daring. He drank with Demon Saber Nailan Jing in front of so many strong cultivators. His temperament is terrifying. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to take a step forward, said another cultivator who had experienced what happened in Northern Desolate City. But even though he's strong, he's facing 5 Yin and Yang cultivators at the same time. The difference in strength is too great. A cultivator shook his head and said, obviously, he didn't think highly of Lin Feng. After all, he was surrounded by 5 strong cultivators. No matter how he looked at it, he was bound to lose this battle. The other cultivators nodded in agreement. They hadn't even started fighting yet. In their opinion, Lin Feng's defeat was already inevitable. Brat, have you thought about how you want to die? The black demon patriarch looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze. The eyes of the other 4 experts were also filled with killing intent. Lin Feng smiled when he saw the 5 strong cultivators attacking him from all sides. The corners of many people's mouths twitched violently when they saw Lin Feng's carefree expression. This brat, doesn't he know how dangerous the situation he's in now is? How dare he laugh? What was he thinking? Those cultivators naturally didn't know about Lin Feng's inner world. the more dangerous it was. Lin Feng became even calmer. Danger was approaching. Only by maintaining a clear mind could one make the most correct response. Just like now, 5 experts besieged him. Lin Feng knew that he had no hope of winning this battle. The power of the bronze mirror would not be able to be fully displayed. First of all, Lin Feng could easily suppress early-stage yin-yang cultivators with the bronze mirror. If he suppressed mid-stage yin-yang cultivators, it would be more difficult for high-level cultivators. After all, Lin Feng was only at the 9th stage of the martial king realm. No matter how powerful the Dharma treasure was, it was useless if it couldn't be used. It was like asking a baby to chop someone with an axe. Naturally, the killing power wouldn't be too great. Secondly, He Hongxuan's martial soul was strange. It cut off the connection between cultivators and Dharma treasures. This would cause Lin Feng to lose the opportunity to activate the bronze mirror. Lastly, if the 5 experts joined forces, their attacks would be endless. They wouldn't even give him time to activate the bronze mirror. Therefore, the situation Lin Feng was in was indeed quite troublesome. If he was careless, there was a possibility that he would die, and his Tao would vanish. Therefore, during that battle, Lin Feng had decided to avoid him. He planned to break out of the encirclement. However, the 5 experts had already locked onto Lin Feng. Even if he could break out of the encirclement, but in the next moment, he would definitely be entangled. If I want to get rid of these guys, I can only enter the God-fallen cliff. Lin Feng's lips curled into a sinister smile. He was actually forced to enter the God-fallen cliff to get rid of their encirclement. Lin Feng thought. Naturally, his killing intent was as vast as the sea. This brat is full of tricks. Everyone, let's kill him together. Don't give him any chance. When the Black Demon Patriarch saw that Lin Feng didn't speak, he immediately guessed what Lin Feng was thinking. Among the 5 experts, the Black Demon Patriarch knew Lin Feng the best. He could guess what Lin Feng was thinking. It wasn't something inconceivable. Boom! The 5 yin-yang realm experts attacked at the same time. Black Demon Palm, 10,000 sword god-killing technique, Spring and Autumn sword technique, Sun and Moon rotation, Astral Wind Thunder annihilation, slash. 5 experts, 5 powerful secret techniques. The power of each of them could be said to be extremely terrifying. At the same time, they attacked Lin Feng. Even the surrounding yin-yang realm experts who were watching the show were shocked. The joint attack of the 5 yin-yang realm experts was indeed terrifying. Will that brat be killed by the 5 yin-yang realm experts? Many cultivators exclaimed. The destructive power of the 5 yin-yang realm cultivators attacking together was too powerful. That kind of attack. It was shocking. It made one's heart tremble. Facing such a terrifying attack, they wanted to block it, unless they were very powerful existences in the yin-yang realm. Obviously, Lin Feng wasn't one of them. Many people thought that Lin Feng would be turned into ashes by this attack. But at this moment, Lin Feng attacked. He condensed the Tao word, destroy. He activated the 5 black holes at the same time. He knew how terrifying the joint attack of the 5 experts was. He wanted to resist. He had to use all his strength. Violent waves swept out. The Tao word, destroy, formed. It emitted a shocking energy wave. It instantly flew out. Bang! Lin Feng fought against 5 alone. The Tao word, destroy, collided with the powerful secret technique of the 5 yin-yang realm experts. Instantly, energy surged crazily. Waves of destructive energy swept out. The 5 experts were forced back. At the center of the explosion, the destructive energy wanted to tear Lin Feng's body into pieces. Devouring martial spirit, ultimate form, 5 devouring martial spirits as one. Lin Feng pushed the devouring martial spirit to its peak level after the 5 devouring martial spirits fused into one. The terrifying energy that wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body was devoured by Lin Feng's body. However, the energy was too huge and couldn't be devoured completely. Lin Feng's face turned pale. He didn't dare to hesitate and took advantage of the fact that the 5 experts were forced back by the energy shockwave. Lin Feng directly rushed towards the Luo God Cliff. What? That brat didn't die? Many people cried out in surprise. Their faces were full of disbelief. That was the attack of 5 Yin-Yang realm experts. How did he, a martial king realm cultivator, block it? This was too shocking. But then, many people cried out in alarm. Isn't rushing towards the Luo God Cliff a death sentence? Some cultivators said, if he rushes into the Luo God Cliff, he might have a chance to live, but if he continues to stay outside, he will definitely die. Those supreme experts from the top forces must be very interested in his secrets. Many cultivators were shocked. It was indeed as that cultivator said. A small martial king realm cultivator actually blocked the joint attack of 5 Yin-Yang realm cultivators. This was too terrifying. Obviously, that brat was full of secrets. In the world of cultivators, killing people was very simple because of a treasure, because of a legacy, or even because of some small grudges. These could be the reasons for killing people. And Lin Feng had such a secret. Outside the Luo God Cliff, there were many experts. Even if he could get rid of the 5 Yin-Yang realm cultivators, what about those more powerful cultivators? Would they let Lin Feng go? Obviously not. Damn it, we let him escape. The 5 Yin-Yang realm cultivators had gloomy expressions. Lin Feng rushed into the Luo God Cliff. He felt a terrifying power enveloping his body. It was the power of time. He thought of the Yin-Yang realm cultivators who died tragically under the power of time, and the old sect master of the eternal divine sect, Shen Wuzong. He felt a crazy surge towards him. It wanted to destroy his power of time. Lin Feng's expression changed. Chapter 666. In an instant, Lin Feng felt 50 years of his lifespan being mercilessly taken away. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but had no tears. He only had a total of 200 years of lifespan. 50 years was taken away in an instant. A few breaths later, was he going to become a pile of bones? The scene in front of him was too terrifying, shrinking Earth into an inch. Lin Feng roared. At the moment of life and death, he pushed his speed to the limit. He couldn't fly here. Because there was a powerful restriction in the air, he might be swept by the restriction and die tragically. But shrinking Earth into an inch was enough for Lin Feng to run hundreds of meters in an instant. He fell into the forest. Although he escaped fast enough, Lin Feng still lost 60 years of his lifespan in an instant. Fuck! Lin Feng felt like cursing and swearing in the streets. In the blink of an eye, 110 years of his lifespan was taken away. That was close to 60 years of lifespan. This kid didn't die. Many cultivators were shocked. He was enveloped by the power of time and didn't die. He was too lucky. But even if Lin Feng escaped for the time being, so what? Not many people thought that Lin Feng could survive. That was a land of death. More than 20 Yin-Yang realm cultivators and the old sect master of the ancient divine sect all died there. Lin Feng was just a small martial king cultivator. How could he be lucky enough to survive? The sky gradually darkened. Under the night sky, the Luotian cliff became terrifying. A cold aura enveloped the entire Luotian cliff. Black fog lingered. It blocked one's vision. The cultivators outside, who were looking at the Luotian cliff, couldn't see what was happening inside the Luotian cliff. Lin Feng carefully walked towards the Luotian cliff. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be something terrifying spying on him. This cast a shadow over Lin Feng's heart. Creatures that could live in a land of death were extremely terrifying. If such a creature really appeared, at that time, only death would await him. Lin Feng sped up, but soon his expression changed greatly because he felt a terrifying attack sweeping towards him. This was an attack hidden in the void. Lin Feng had triggered the restriction here. Retreat. He reacted quickly and retreated immediately. Previously, Lin Feng had seen the Yin-Yang realm cultivators who entered the God-falling cliff die silently. It was these invisible restrictions that swept across their bodies, causing them to die instantly. If Lin Feng wasn't a spirit array master, he wouldn't have been able to detect it in advance. Then, only death awaited him. But now, Lin Feng had detected it in advance. This allowed him to keep his life. A deep wound appeared on his left shoulder, and blood immediately flowed out. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. This restrictions attack was too terrifying. Fortunately, he retreated quickly. If he retreated too slowly, if this attack landed on his body, wouldn't he be sliced into two? Lin Feng walked in another direction. Not long after, he felt an extremely terrifying aura appear. Lin Feng quickly hid in a big tree. A black shadow appeared without a sound. He couldn't see clearly what that black shadow was, but it was obvious that it was a terrifying beast that lived in the land of death. The existence's pale green eyes scanned the surroundings as if looking for Lin Feng's figure. At that moment, Lin Feng even held his breath. He didn't dare to move. In the end, that terrifying creature rushed into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Phew! Lin Feng let out a long breath. He had finally avoided this calamity. The land of death, there is no turning back. Lin Feng muttered. Not many people knew this sentence. It was the Fire Qilin who told him. The land of death. There was no turning back. If one wanted to walk out of the land of death, either that or they were extremely lucky and walked out safely. But this probability was so small that it didn't need to be considered. The second was to use powerful combat strength to sweep away all obstacles. The third was to obtain an opportunity in the land of death and be protected. If one turned around rashly, they would encounter attacks that were 10 times more dangerous than when they entered. This was the order law of the land of death. No one knew who made it. That was why there was a saying that entering the land of death was equivalent to 9 deaths. This saying was completely correct. Lin Feng continued to walk deeper into the land of death. When he reached the 3rd mountain peak, Lin Feng suffered a tragic blow. His chest was pierced through by an invisible force. Blood immediately flowed out. There was a terrifying restriction around him. Lin Feng didn't dare to move. Cold sweat immediately flowed out. He could feel it. The restrictions around him weren't something he could break. If he dared to move, he might be beheaded. Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed violently, his face pale. His injuries were serious. But here, he couldn't take out anything stored in his storage ring. Naturally, he couldn't take out the spirit medicine. The death impasse had cut off his connection with all sentient beings. Like the storage ring, like magic treasures. What a despairing place. Lin Feng muttered. He finally stopped the bleeding. He felt very tired. His vision was a little blurry. His tired body, his mental energy was extremely exhausted, coupled with the injuries on his body. Lin Feng felt like he was about to fall to the ground. In the darkness, cold eyes looked over. A creature from the land of death appeared. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Was he really going to die here? He could feel the cold aura quickly approaching him. The creature from the land of death quickly flew towards his location. The situation was critical. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Although it was blurry, but Lin Feng could see him. The creature shrouded in darkness screamed in horror. Then it fled into the forest and disappeared without a trace. "Who is he?" Lin Feng muttered. He tried his best to stay awake. That blurry figure walked deeper into the land of death. A small golden path appeared in the darkness. Lin Feng was shocked. He followed the path and walked deeper into the land of death. Lin Feng actually avoided the terrifying restrictions in that area. He walked out from inside. "Senior, who are you? Are you a cultivator who entered, or is it a brand?" Lin Feng muttered, but he couldn't catch up because he couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground. When Lin Feng woke up, he felt that his injuries were much better. It should be the undying body healing his injuries. But the land of death's attacks were very strange. It was difficult to completely heal his injuries. A cave. Lin Feng looked at a cave not far away. He walked in. The deeper he went, the temperature in the cave became hotter. "What's in the cave?" Lin Feng was shocked. He went deeper. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the cave. In the deepest part of the cave was the belly of a mountain. At the center of the mountain, a pitch-black flame was twisting. When he saw the flame, Lin Feng's purple earth core, fire jumped violently. "Heavenly fire!" Lin Feng's voice trembled. Who would have thought? There was a type of heavenly fire hidden in a cave in the land of death. Chapter 667. Open. 72 clusters of fire seeds formed in the beginning of the world. After countless years of nurturing, they turned into 72 types of heavenly fire. Any kind of heavenly flame was extremely terrifying. Of course, to truly display the terror of the heavenly fire, it wasn't as simple as refining the heavenly fire. Lin Feng refined the purple earth core fire. However, it was difficult to activate the power of the purple earth core fire. This was because the purple earth core fire hadn't awakened yet. The awakening of the heavenly fire. The awakening of the power of the heavenly fire. Once the heavenly fire was activated, its power could burn the sky and boil the sea. How terrifying was that? Of course, awakening the power of the heavenly fire also required luck. However, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng didn't expect to encounter a second type of heavenly fire here. A pitch-black flame. Could it be the black flame devouring God fire? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with shock. The 72 types of heavenly fire varied in strength. The purple earth core fire that Lin Feng refined was a relatively weak heavenly fire. It was ranked 67th among the 72 types of heavenly fire. However, the black flame devouring God fire was terrifying. It was ranked 8th among the 72 types of heavenly fire. I actually encountered the black flame devouring God fire. Can I refine this type of flame as well? Lin Feng's heart was burning with desire. However, he had already refined one type of heavenly fire. Could he refine a second type of heavenly fire according to the fire Qilin if he refined different types of heavenly fire? There would be a great conflict between different types of heavenly fire. At that time, the greatest possibility would be to explode and die. However, Lin Feng cultivated the archaic dragonesque elephant technique. Therefore, he wanted to try. If the archaic dragonesque elephant technique could suppress two types of heavenly fire, perhaps it could really refine the black flame devouring God fire. Back then, when Lin Feng had absorbed the purple core fire, he had broken through 3 layers in a row. However, the purple earthcore fire couldn't be compared to the black flame devouring God fire. If he refined the black flame devouring God fire, would he have a chance to directly break through to the yin-yang realm? Even Lin Feng. He couldn't help but become excited. Something's not right. There seems to be something in the flames. Very quickly, Lin Feng discovered that something was wrong. The black flames floated in the air, and a golden divine egg could be vaguely seen within the blazing flames. Divine egg? The black flame God-devouring flame is incubating a divine egg? Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this a little too shocking? Black flame devouring God fire. The 8th ranked heavenly flame. It was actually placed here to hatch a divine egg. Could that divine egg be the descendant of a heavenly god or an emperor? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with shock. This cave was not simple at all. Who cares whose descendant he is? Since I've come across it, there's no way I'll let go of this opportunity. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He decided to give it a try, no matter if it was the black flame God-devouring fire or the sacred egg. They were all heaven-defying. If he could get it, this was a great opportunity. He entered the belly of the mountain and walked toward the black flame, soul-devouring fire. But at this moment, a flame suddenly flew out of the black flame, soul-devouring fire and swept toward Lin Feng. The black flame, soul-devouring fire was known to be a flame that could devour gods. From this, it could be seen that it was a terrifying flame. The space around it began to distort. The black flame, soul-devouring fire wanted to destroy Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not dare hesitate and quickly summoned the purple earthcore fire. He used the purple earthcore fire to protect himself. Bang! The purple earthcore fire and the black flame, soul-devouring fire clashed in the air. Although the purple earthcore fire was not as strong as the black flame, soul-devouring fire, it was still stronger. However, the black flame, soul-devouring fire's fire essence was mainly protecting the sacred egg. There was only one fire which was attacking Lin Feng, nothing more. Therefore, in this clash, Lin Feng's purple earthcore fire had gained the upper hand. Could there be a fire spirit? Lin Feng frowned. If there was a fire spirit, he would have to give it up. A fire spirit to a heavenly flame was equivalent to a cultivator's soul. If a terrifying flame like the black flame, soul-devouring fire had its own consciousness, then Lin Feng would definitely lose this battle. He might even die at the hands of the black flame, soul-devouring fire. Soon, Lin Feng realized that his worries were unnecessary. The black flame, soul-devouring fire did not have a fire spirit. Lin Feng did not sense a fire spirit's aura. This allowed Lin Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. He now had an advantage. He could use his own strength to activate the purple earthcore fire. It could allow the purple earthcore fire to display even more power. However, the black flame, soul-devouring fire could not do this. Lin Feng activated the purple earthcore fire to envelop the black flame, soul-devouring fire. Although the flame was resisting, the power it released was very weak. It was trying its best to protect the sacred egg. Therefore, it did not dare to release too much power. It was probably worried that the sacred egg would be destroyed. This shocked Lin Feng. What kind of existence was this sacred egg? Even if it was the egg of a divine beast, it was not qualified to let the black flame, soul-devouring fire hatch. To be precise, even if it was the egg of a divine beast, such as a vermilion bird or blue awan, it could not withstand the temperature of the black flame, soul-devouring fire. Being enveloped by the black flame, soul-devouring fire would instantly extinguish all life. However, the sacred egg in front of him was obviously fine. This meant that there were too many problems. Lin Feng gradually approached the black flame, soul-devouring fire and the sacred egg. The purple earth core fire was trembling. This was the suppression of the heavenly fire. The higher level heavenly fire would suppress the lower level heavenly fire. The black flame, soul-devouring fire, was suppressing the purple earth core fire. The purple earth core fire wanted to go back into Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng desperately activated it and brought it out. Gradually, the purple earth core fire began to corrode the black flame, soul-devouring fire. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He planned to devour the black flame, soul-devouring fire. However, at this moment, something terrible happened. The sacred egg shook slightly. A ray of divine light swept out. It pressed down on Lin Feng. Then Lin Feng sensed a terrifying strength in the air. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying that strength was. That power instantly pressed down on him. Crack, crack. It was crushed by that terrifying power. Lin Feng's body, it actually began to crack. Damn it, this sacred egg is actually attacking me. Does the creature in the sacred egg have its own consciousness? Lin Feng's face was pale. He frantically activated the archaic dragon-esque elephant art. He hoped to break the suppression of that ray of divine light and quickly withdraw, avoiding the attack of the divine light. However, Lin Feng failed. He was shocked to find that he could not move at all. Just the pressure alone was enough to make Lin Feng's body completely split apart. If that strike had landed on his body, he would have died. Wouldn't he die for sure? Lin Feng's face was pale. But now his divine consciousness was isolated by the order of the land of death and the many magic treasures on his body. He could not activate any magic treasures. Lin Feng was about to lose all hope. Just at this critical moment, Li Changshuo's heart trembled. The storage ring on Lin Feng's hand vibrated violently. Then, a pitch-black beast egg flew out. It floated in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. It was the beast egg that he and the fire Qilin had obtained from the mysterious space full of undead creatures. At this moment, the beast egg emitted endless black fog, drowning the sacred egg that was enveloped by the black flame soul-devouring fire. The black fog instantly swallowed the divine light from the sacred egg. Chapter 668. This beast egg is so domineering. Lin Feng was shocked. He never thought that the beast egg he obtained before would be so powerful. He had thought of a way to hatch this beast egg, but he had never succeeded, because the more powerful the beast egg, the harder it was to hatch. If one wanted to hatch it, it needed an opportunity, and Lin Feng was waiting for this opportunity. Now, it was a life and death crisis. The beast egg appeared. It had dealt with Lin Feng, and this beast egg seemed to be replenishing its energy by devouring the divine egg. This made Lin Feng very excited. This beast egg was too heaven-defying. What race was it? If it could hatch, it would be his pet. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but become excited. However, the divine egg wrapped in the black flame god devouring fire was not simple either. When the beast egg wanted to devour it, streaks of destructive light shot out from the divine egg. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides collided fiercely. Every collision, the surrounding void was faintly trembling. Lin Feng turned pale with shock. It was just two eggs. They could actually produce such a powerful collision. I'm afraid even a yin-yang cultivator would be shocked to death under the energy shockwaves of this collision. Fortunately, he had the protection of the beast egg. Otherwise, he would probably die under this crazy collision. After hundreds of collisions in a row, Lin Feng's beast egg finally gained some advantage. This made Lin Feng excited. But at this time, something even more terrifying happened. In the depths of the mountain, there was a deep passage. It was pitch black. Suddenly, in the depths of the passage, two cold eyes lit up. When the two eyes lit up, Lin Feng felt as if he had fallen into an endless purgatory. Terrifying. It was really too terrifying. Lin Feng had also seen almighty cultivators, but even almighty cultivators seemed as weak as ants in front of the existence in the depths of the cave. A creature of the forbidden zone. Lin Feng was horrified. There were some extremely terrifying creatures in such a forbidden zone of death. However, most of these creatures resided in the deepest areas. Now, there was actually such a terrifying creature in this cave. Was it protecting the sacred egg? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt endless fear. What was the origin of this divine egg? He hatched it with the black flame devouring god fire. Furthermore, he had such a powerful beast guarding him. Let's go. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art to resist the terrifying pressure. He had to leave this place as soon as possible, no matter how attractive the black flame god swallowing god fire and the egg were, it was still not enough. He had to leave as well, because the creatures in the cave were too terrifying. Even if an almighty level existence were to come, they would probably only have the fate of being killed. Not to mention the current Lin Feng. Lin Feng's egg was clearly psychic. It had also sensed the terrifying aura in the depths of the cave. It wrapped around Lin Feng and flew outside. Screech. Right at this moment, an ear-piercing shriek came from the depths. The creature in the dark cave pounced out. Endless flames engulfed the world. Within the flames, Lin Feng was a terrifying creature. It was a 9-headed golden crow. Bloody light surged. The aura emitted by the 9-headed golden crow almost shattered the void. Heavens, it's actually a 9-headed golden crow. The legendary pure-blooded golden crow. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. The Golden Crow clan. According to the bloodline, it was divided into many species. For example, Lin Feng had seen the golden crow in the Thunderblade secret realm. However, that was only the most ordinary golden crow. Perhaps it had a trace of the golden crow's bloodline. However, it was definitely not much. The strongest of the Golden Crow clan was the pure-blooded golden crow. 9-headed golden crow. It was one of the pure-blooded golden crows. How strong were the pure-blooded golden crows? It was said that the pure-blooded golden crows of the ancient era hunted gods for food. From this, it could be seen. How strong were the pure-blooded golden crows? And in front of him was a pure-blooded golden crow. The pure-blooded golden crow pounced. Its claws swept. A claw light instantly tore the world apart. Then it grabbed at Lin Feng. This attack was too terrifying. It was impossible to block. Fortunately, Lin Feng's beast egg was strong enough to sweep out endless demonic energy and block the pure-blooded golden crow's attack. Then it wrapped around Lin Feng and madly flew outside. Behind them, endless divine fire surged out. The pure-blooded golden crow quickly chased after them. Whoosh! Lin Feng and the beast egg rushed out of the cave first. The pure-blooded golden crow didn't chase after them. It seemed to be afraid of something. It might have received an order not to leave the cave, or it might have some other reason. When it reached the entrance of the cave, it unwillingly screamed twice. Its cold eyes glanced at Lin Feng and the beast egg. Then it shrank back into the cave. The beast egg flew back into the storage ring and fell silent again. Lin Feng was standing in the middle of the forest. He looked extremely happy. It's just an egg. Not only is it surrounded by the 8th-ranked black flame, devouring god fire, but it is also protected by the pure-blooded golden crow. Its origin is probably terrifying. No matter what your origin is, when my cultivation increases, I will definitely come here again and eat the divine egg, kill the pure-blooded golden crow, and refine the black flame devouring god fire to increase my cultivation. Lin Feng fiercely stared at the cave, not far away. He continued to walk deeper into the cave. Not long after, Lin Feng was attacked again. This time, it was a silver-white beast. This was a terrifying creature of the death impasse. Its body was upright. It looked like a huge praying mantis, but it had two heads. The head of the praying mantis was on the left. The head of the scorpion was on the right. Its eyes were extremely cold. It quickly chased after Lin Feng, wanting to devour him. Lin Feng fled into the depths of the cave. That is, suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils violently shrank. He saw 5 or 6 corpses lying on the ground. Next to the corpses, there was a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. Her big black eyes were staring at him. Who is this? Also died in the forbidden area. Why did they bring in a little girl? Is the one who died her elder? Lin Feng's expression changed. Screech. A sharp, ear-piercing cry came from behind. The terrifying creature was already chasing after him. Lin Feng's expression was uncertain. If he ran away, the little girl would definitely die. He turned around and ran towards the little girl, holding her in his arms. Pooh! A terrifying attack instantly slashed out, tearing Lin Feng's body apart. Lin Feng was swept away. He fell to the ground and rolled more than 10 meters away. His face was pale. He could only smile bitterly. His injuries were too severe. He couldn't use his magic treasures. This time, he was definitely going to die. The terrifying creature jumped up and pounced towards Lin Feng. At this critical moment, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that he had formed a connection with the storage ring. Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. Didn't the Order of the Fallen God Cliff cut off his connection with the storage ring? No matter what method he used, he couldn't connect them. But now he could connect again. It was too strange. However, Lin Feng didn't have time to think about that. With a thought, he took out the black dragon sword. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword in his hand. When the terrifying creature pounced on him, Lin Feng's sword pierced through its body. Buzz, the black dragon sword emitted an extremely terrifying aura, crazily devouring the flesh and blood essence of this forbidden area's creature. Open the seal. Chapter 669. Roar, 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 the creature roared. It struggled madly. It reached out with its claws, trying to pull the black dragon sword out of its body. But the black dragon sword seemed to have become a part of its body. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't pull it out. The black dragon sword was madly devouring the creature's flesh and blood essence. These creatures are first and foremost terrifying, and they are related to the land of death. It seems that they can't leave the land of death and live there all year round. Their bodies contain the strange energy of the land of death. The black dragon sword is devouring its flesh and blood essence. Could it be that it wants to fuse with its body the unique energy of the land of death? Lin Feng pondered. But no matter what it was devouring, for the black dragon sword, it seemed to have taken a huge step forward. Vaguely, Lin Feng and the black dragon sword formed a mysterious connection. He could vaguely see, in the deepest part of the black dragon sword, there were 9 golden seals. Those 9 seals, a huge black dragon was locked in place. It's the black dragon sword's weapon spirit. It was sealed in the deepest part of the black dragon, sword by the 9 seals. No wonder the black dragon sword couldn't unleash its power. Lin Feng frowned. The terrifying creature's struggle didn't have any effect in the end. It was completely devoured. This was truly a shocking scene. A ball of pure energy was refined by the black dragon sword. Then, it surged towards the first seal. As expected, it's to devour a special kind of energy from the land of death. Lin Feng was shocked. The ball of energy fused with the first seal. That seal began to disintegrate. Humph! Suddenly, a cold voice came from the first seal. It seemed to be left behind by the powerhouse who strengthened the seal. Who is this? Why did you seal the black dragon sword? Lin Feng was shocked. The first seal was to destroy the ball of energy, but the ball of energy was not simple. There was time, space, reincarnation, all kinds of terrifying power contained within it. This was a kind of energy unique to the land of death. It was energy produced by fusing various laws of order. Outside cultivators who entered the land of death couldn't live for long. It was because these strange energies would constantly take away their lives. Even if they wouldn't encounter any danger here, they would still die quickly. However, the creatures in the land of death would not be affected by this energy. The energy being devoured by the black dragon sword was very strange. The first seal wasn't able to destroy it. Instead, the energy surged into the first seal. The first seal was gradually being destroyed. The first seal has been opened. A deep voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Next, all kinds of information appeared in Lin Feng's mind. The first seal has been opened. I can use the real power of the black dragon sword, but because my cultivation level is not high enough, I can't use it. However, you can activate it by burning your lifespan. The first time you activate the black dragon sword's power, you will burn 20 years of your lifespan. The second time you activate it, you will burn 40 years of your lifespan. Every time you activate it, you will burn twice as much lifespan. When you break through the Yin-Yang realm and unlock the first seal of the black dragon sword, you will no longer burn your lifespan. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He never thought that after the first seal of the black dragon sword was broken, he would have to pay such a huge price to activate the power of the black dragon sword, burning one's lifespan. His cultivation level was not enough to activate the true power of the black dragon sword, but if he wanted to use the power of the black dragon sword, he had to pay a price. Is this what the fire Qilin meant when it said that you have to pay a price to get something? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. However, the only thing that made him happy was that as long as he broke through the Yin-Yang realm, then, when he activated the power of the black dragon sword to unlock the first seal, he would no longer burn his lifespan. My connection with the storage ring was cut off again. Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. What happened just now? He was about to die. However, he managed to get in touch with the storage ring. He took out the black dragon sword in time to kill that creature. But in the blink of an eye, the connection was cut off again. It was really strange. Lin Feng looked at the little girl. The little girl was about 4 or 5 years old. She had 2 ponytails and was very cute. A pair of big black eyes looked at Lin Feng curiously. "Little girl, are you hurt?" Lin Feng asked with concern. The little girl didn't say anything. She continued to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng checked and found that the little girl wasn't injured. He let out a sigh of relief. "What's your name?" Lin Feng asked. The little girl still didn't say anything. "Don't tell me you don't know how to speak," Lin Feng muttered. Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed violently. His face was still extremely pale. His head was also dizzy. His body had just been pierced by that creature, and his injuries had worsened. The little girl looked at Lin Feng's pale face. She pointed in a direction not far away. Lin Feng looked over. Then he saw a plant growing in the mist. There were 3 blood-red fruits on the plant. Heavens, the legendary cinnabar fruit. Lin Feng gasped. The cinnabar fruit was a legendary panacea. It grew from a bud to a fruit. It needed to grow for more than 70,000 years to mature. It was said that panacea could extend one's lifespan by 500 years. it could preserve one's appearance forever, and one's appearance would never age. Even when one reached the end of their life, their appearance would still be the same as when they had just consumed the panacea. It could even bring back the dead. The panacea had too many uses. It was simply an otherworldly soul treasure. A panacea, it could cause a storm of blood. It was rumored that in the ancient era, there were fairies from the moon palace, goddesses from the 9 heavens, and other peerless beauties, all looking for panacea. It was to preserve one's appearance forever. It allowed them to maintain the appearance they had when they had consumed the panacea. This way, they wouldn't age. Lin Feng naturally knew the value of panacea. He carried the little girl to the cinnabar fruit. He plucked a cinnabar fruit. He quickly ate it. Immediately, Lin Feng felt it. Inside his body, a powerful medicinal power surged out. His injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The attacks of the creatures and restrictions in the forbidden area were very strange. Ordinary methods couldn't heal him at all. But the cinnabar fruit could. After swallowing the cinnabar fruit, Lin Feng's injuries healed. He carefully sensed his lifespan. Lin Feng immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He had actually increased his lifespan by 500 years. The rumors are true. The cinnabar fruit can increase one's lifespan by 500 years. Then, doesn't that mean that it can also preserve one's appearance forever? Lin Feng touched his delicate face, but then he smiled. I'm not a woman. Why should I care about whether or not I can preserve my appearance forever? He also plucked the other 2 cinnabar fruits and handed one to the little girl. Little girl, are you hungry? You should eat one too. Lin Feng said. The little girl shook her head. Seeing that the little girl didn't eat, Lin Feng carefully put the cinnabar fruit in his pocket. The little girl couldn't speak, so Lin Feng didn't know her name. However, Lin Feng found a sachet hanging on the little girl's body. He opened it and found a jade pendant inside. On it were the words, Li Mingxi. Li Mingxi, is this your name? Lin Feng rubbed the little girl's head and asked. She was obviously stunned. She looked at the jade pendant in Lin Feng's hand. She rolled her big black eyes. Then she smiled. Then she nodded. Follow me out, okay? I will help you find your family. Lin Feng said. Li Mingxi's beautiful big eyes revealed a puzzled expression. She didn't seem to know what family meant. Perhaps it was because she was too young, but she could still understand what go out meant. She nodded and stretched out her small hand. Lin Feng held Li Mingxi in his arms and walked out. I don't know if we can get out alive. Lin Feng was a little worried, but what Lin Feng didn't expect was that along the way they were unimpeded. He was very puzzled. How did he walk out of such a terrifying place of death like this? We've finally left. We can live a more comfortable life. I hope we can come back a little later. After Lin Feng and Li Mingxi left the God-fallen cliff. A long sigh of relief seemed to come from the depths of the God-fallen cliff. The sky was not completely bright yet. Lin Feng carried Li Mingxi and rushed into the distance. He planned to take advantage of the still dark sky to leave this place. If he was discovered by those experts, he would definitely die. You actually came out alive? However, there were too many cultivators here. Someone noticed Lin Feng and exclaimed, Not good, let's go. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He soared into the sky, wanting to escape quickly. However, he was stopped. Patriarch Xianmo and the others appeared here, their faces full of killing intent as they surrounded Lin Feng. Chapter 670. There were 7 people surrounding Lin Feng. Yu Buiyun, ancestor Xianmo, He Hongxian, Zhang Shang, and Li Guangxiao were the only ones left. There were also 2 Yin-Yang realm cultivators. Lin Feng didn't recognize them. However, It was obvious that they wanted to kill Lin Feng. In the surroundings, many people looked over with killing intent. However, they didn't attack immediately. It was too inconceivable to come out alive from a place of death. He must have obtained a great opportunity. Otherwise, how could he have escaped alive? What's that smell? It's so refreshing. A powerful being who was hiding in the dark sniffed the air and said in surprise. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Feng's pocket. Lin Feng quickly put the 2 red fruits into his storage ring. Holy herbs, said another almighty. Only holy herbs can emit such a smell. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Everyone looked at Lin Feng fervently. Mingxi, don't be afraid. Bury your head in my arms. Don't look at anything. Lin Feng took out a long piece of cloth and tied Li Mingxi to his body. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to take care of her during the battle. I am not afraid. Li Mingxi suddenly smiled. She was innocent and cute. Her voice was crisp and light. However, Lin Feng found it strange. Li Mingxi seemed to have just learned how to speak. However, Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. Li Mingxi grabbed Lin Feng's clothes and looked around with her big black eyes. Then, she buried her head in Lin Feng's arms. Ancestor Xianmo and the others were confused. Why was Lin Feng hugging a little girl? However, they didn't think too much about it. The little girl seemed very ordinary. Boy, you actually managed to escape from the god-falling cliff. You're really not simple. Ancestor Xianmo looked at Lin Feng sinisterly. Ha ha ha. Even though we managed to escape, even though we managed to obtain an enormous opportunity inside, all of this now belongs to us. Yu Boyin sneered. The 7 Yin-Yang realm cultivators' faces were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng glanced at the 7 of them before his gaze finally landed on the 2 unfamiliar cultivators. And who are you people? He asked indifferently. Immortal Feather Sect, Qi Lei. Wind Cavern, Su Qing. The 2 of them looked indifferent. Immortal Feather Sect. Fengyang Cave? Where are they from? Lin Feng muttered to himself. These people wanted to kill him, not because they had a grudge against him. It was all for Lin Feng's treasures and secret techniques. Now, Lin Feng had walked out of the land of death. This made people's imaginations run wild. The 2 of them sneered, but did not say anything. Lin Feng glanced at the 2 of them coldly. In the future, Immortal Feather Sect and Wind Cavern will be destroyed because of your stupidity. Boy, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. Everyone, let's kill this boy. Qi Lei sneered. All right, let's do it. The 7 Yin-Yang realm cultivators began to prepare their attacks. Rumble, soon a terrifying attack was formed. When the secret techniques executed by the 7 powerhouses merged together, they formed a torrent of attacks. The expressions of many Yin-Yang realm cultivators who were watching the battle suddenly changed. Such a powerful attack. How could that boy block it? Was he going to be killed? Many people revealed a sneer on their faces. When Lin Feng was killed, they would snatch the treasures on Lin Feng's body. Many people were eyeing Lin Feng's treasures covetously. It was the same for some of the almighties. This was the world of cultivators. Killing for benefits. It was too common. Black Dragon Sword. Lin Feng held the sword with both hands. Holding the Black Dragon Sword, he burned his lifespan. In an instant, 20 years of his lifespan was burned. The power of the Black Dragon Sword was activated. Slash! Lin Feng shouted. The sword slashed out. Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky. The Black Dragon Sword emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. The Black Dragon Sword that had consumed 20 years of Lin Feng's lifespan to activate. Its power was indeed powerful. Pooh! The attacks of the 7 cultivators were instantly torn apart. The dazzling and powerful sword light swept out. Such power was so strong that it made one's heart tremble. Ripping sounds could be heard. Yu Buiyun and He Hongxian were instantly killed. They couldn't block the Black Dragon Sword's attack at all. The others frantically retreated. They took out powerful defensive Dharma treasures to block Lin Feng's attack. However, this attack was too powerful. Lin Feng burned 20 years of his lifespan to use this attack. It wasn't something an ordinary Yin-Yang realm cultivator could block. The Dharma treasures were also torn apart by this attack. That kid is holding the Black Dragon Sword. What? It's actually that treasure? Didn't they say that it was destroyed long ago? Some cultivators recognized the Black Dragon Sword in Lin Feng's hand and immediately cried out in alarm. No, Patriarch Xianmo and the others cried out in fear. They fled frantically. However, they couldn't block Lin Feng's attack. Pooh! Ripping sounds could be heard one after another. Patriarch Xianmo, Zhang Shang, Li Guangxiao, Qi Lei, and Su Qing were also killed one after another. Lin Feng took their storage rings and shot into the distance. However, soon, more cultivators rushed towards Lin Feng. Kid, leave your life behind. A cold voice suddenly rang out. 3 Yin-Yang realm cultivators attacked. Burn your lifespan. Lin Feng shouted in his heart and burned 40 years of his lifespan. In exchange for great power, he slashed out with his sword. Pooh! The 3 Yin-Yang realm cultivators were instantly killed. He could use it again. His lifespan would be doubled. However, the Black Dragon Sword's power would also be doubled. Everyone, don't be afraid. This kid is burning his lifespan to activate the Black Dragon Sword. He only has 200 years of lifespan in total. He has already burned his lifespan twice. I'm guessing that this kid can burn his lifespan one more time before his lifespan is almost exhausted. Continue to burn his lifespan, an expert sneered. Whoosh, 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 more than a dozen figures appeared. Powerful Dharma treasures flew out one after another. They charged towards Lin Feng. Die! Lin Feng sneered. 80 years of lifespan. He instantly burned it. In exchange, he gained even greater power. He slashed out with his sword. The Black Dragon Sword slashed out a sword light that pierced through heaven and earth. It swept across the surroundings. The Dharma treasures were instantly destroyed. Then, the sword light slashed towards the dozen Yin-Yang realm cultivators who attacked. Run! The Yin-Yang realm cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They frantically retreated. Pooh! However, they were still cut down by the sword light. Kid, how dare you? A cold voice suddenly sounded. A Yin-Yang realm 7th firmament cultivator appeared. He slapped towards Lin Feng. Bang! This cultivator was too strong. He wasn't someone an ordinary Yin-Yang realm cultivator could compare to. He slapped Lin Feng and sent him flying dozens of meters away. Lin Feng slammed into a tree. The entire tree was broken. He fell to the ground, panting heavily. Kid die. The Yin-Yang realm 7th firmament cultivator sneered. He quickly flew over and slapped towards Lin Feng. Chapter 671. That kid is going to die, many people exclaimed. In their opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die this time. After all, Lin Feng had already burned his lifespan 3 times. His own lifespan should be almost used up, right? Therefore, he could no longer burn his lifespan to fight against the 7th level Yin-Yang realm expert. That terrifying attack came crashing down. At this moment, Lin Feng jumped up. Lifespan burn. 160 years of lifespan was burned. An even more powerful force erupted from the Black Dragon Sword. Die! Lin Feng swept his sword towards his opponent. Buzz. A 1,000-meter sword light instantly formed. It slashed down. Not good. The 7th-level yin-yang realm cultivator's expression changed drastically. However, this person was indeed powerful. Purple Path Divine Firmament Lightning Indestructible Protection Technique. This yin-yang realm 7th firmament cultivator used his full strength to execute a powerful secret technique. Around his body, purple lightning intertwined. Dense runes circled around him. They formed a lightning barrier. When Lin Feng's attack came crashing down, it was actually blocked by the light shield he had condensed. Ha ha ha, kid. This is your last attack, right? I blocked it. Let's see how you die later. The 7th sky yin-yang realm expert laughed out loud. He was indescribably arrogant. Lin Feng sneered. It's too early to be proud. Lifespan burn. Support. Lin Feng shouted in his heart. The 4th attack. It hadn't dissipated yet. As long as it hadn't dissipated, he could continue burning his lifespan to support this attack. Lin Feng burned another 100 years of his lifespan to support the 4th attack. Instantly, the power of the sword chi increased greatly. Pooh! The barrier was torn apart. How is this possible? The 7th-level yin-yang realm cultivator roared in disbelief. The next moment, his body, it was torn in half. A high-level yin-yang realm cultivator was also killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the Black Dragon Sword to cut down 4 attacks, killing dozens of yin-yang realm experts. However, he had already consumed 400 years of his lifespan. The 5th attack, he would lose 320 years of his lifespan. But obviously, Lin Feng could no longer launch a 5th attack. Swish, swish, swish. Terrifying figures appeared one after another. They were all almighty-level existences. They finally made their move. Boom! A mighty figure swept out an attack and sent Lin Feng flying. Wow! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale. They were done for. He was dead meat. I've implicated you. Lin Feng rubbed Li Mingxi's head and couldn't help but sigh. Big brother, brother. Li Mingxi bit her lip and reached out to wipe the blood from Lin Feng's mouth. It's time for everything to end. Several mighty figures hidden in the mist attacked, wanting to kill Lin Feng. It was a dangerous moment. A saber gleam appeared in the sky. Demonic saber appears. A low roar resounded in the sky. The saber gleam instantly slashed down. It was as if heaven and earth were about to be split apart. Demonic saber, it's Nailin Jing. Nailin Jing, do you think you can save this kid from boundless space and time? What a joke. Break, break, break. A few almighty experts sneered. They made their moves and attacked the blade aura. Hurry up and leave. Nailin Jing's voice resounded in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He carried Li Mingxi and frantically fled into the distance. A dazzling saber gleam drowned out heaven and earth. It collided with several almighty experts. Li Mingxi stuck her head out and looked in the direction of the god-falling cliff. A trace of coldness appeared in those originally pure and innocent big black eyes. Bang! An earth-shaking sound of collision suddenly surged. Several almighty experts and demonic saber Nailin Jing collided across boundless space and time. They had broken through Nailin Jing's attack. But Lin Feng had already disappeared without a trace. That kid ran away. The almighty experts looked gloomy. Damn it, it's all because of Nailin Jing. He ruined our plan. Chase him. He can't have gone far. The almighty experts wanted to chase after Lin Feng. But at that moment, there was a shocking fluctuation in the depths of the god-falling cliff. There seemed to be endless anger. It surged out. What's that? Everyone looked at the depths of the god-falling cliff in shock. No one knew what had happened there. There was a terrifying fluctuation in the air. "Monarch, please calm down." A few trembling voices came from the depths of the god-falling cliff. The voices were extremely old. It was as if they had crossed the river of time, as if they had lived from ancient times to the present. In the mist, a pair of cold eyes looked at the figures in the abyss. "Nothing grows within 100 miles. A cold voice came. The pair of eyes then disappeared. Few, the existences in the depths of the land of death, who had lived for countless years, sighed. Then they smiled bitterly. "Death Demon Monarch, you can attack." An old voice came. Yes, then a younger voice came. The world, which had begun to brighten, suddenly it became dark. Endless black fog rushed out from the depths of the god-falling cliff. "Look, what's that?" Someone pointed at the depths of the god-falling cliff. "Heavens, there's a change in the land of death." "Run!" Countless people shouted in fear. Everyone ran away madly. The faces of the Almighties were also pale as they frantically rushed into the distance. Endless darkness covered the earth. "Look, a figure is coming out of the land of death." Someone shouted in fear. Everyone looked. Sure enough, they saw a blurry figure. His body, it was too huge. It was like he was supporting the sky and the earth. It was like he had come out of an endless purgatory. Everywhere he went, everything was destroyed. The flowers and trees were drying up. Life was withering. Why is it like this? The cultivators who were running away madly looked at their bodies in fear. Their bodies had turned into dust. They scattered with the wind. Ancient existence of the land of death, you dare to violate the immemorial divine pact and come out of the land of death. The almighty experts shouted in fear. What's the immemorial divine pact? Back then, the immemorial divine pact was signed by our monarch and the other monarchs together with the immemorial gods. Now, the immemorial gods have fallen and left, but our monarch is still immortal. You lowly ants dare to anger our monarch. You don't know what's good for you. The figure in the darkness that looked like a death god laughed coldly. The almighty experts wanted to tear open the void and escape. However, they soon discovered to their horror that their bodies were no longer the same. They began to crack. "No!" The almighty experts shouted in fear. The next moment, their bodies directly exploded. Endless darkness covered the earth. There was no life. They could escape. Lin Feng carried Li Mingxi and ran far away. Finally, he couldn't hold on and fell into the forest. Not far away, a small stream flowed. It made a tinkling sound. Li Mingxi got up from the ground and gently shook Lin Feng's body. When the endless darkness covered them, the death god in the darkness quickly retreated, not daring to get close. Chapter 672. Lin Feng felt a chill on his face. It was as if rain had fallen on his face. He opened his eyes. He saw the delicate Li Mingxi holding water from the stream and sprinkling it on his face. "It's good that you're still alive." Lin Feng smiled and rubbed Li Mingxi's head. "Big brother, are you feeling better?" Li Mingxi asked innocently. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Big brother will be fine." He sat up from the ground. Then he took out a pill and swallowed it. Although there were still 2 cinnabar fruits and 10,000 years old elixirs. Lin Feng did not use these things. They were too valuable. It was better to use them at a critical moment. After absorbing the medicinal strength of the pill, Lin Feng's face regained some color. At this time, he looked into the distance. Suddenly, he revealed a dumbfounded expression. Looking into the distance, the dense forest, which was originally full of vitality, seemed to have turned into a land of death at this moment. Dead flowers, plants, and trees were everywhere. What's going on? Lin Feng had a dumbfounded expression. He had no idea what had happened at all. Mingxi, do you know what happened? Lin Feng squatted down and asked. Li Mingxi shook her head and made a sleeping gesture with her hands. She indicated that she had fallen asleep just now. It's very likely to be related to the land of death. What a terrifying place. Lin Feng muttered and hugged Li Mingxi in his arms. Then he soared into the sky and flew into the distance. The land of death was barren for 100 miles. The dead silence here was somewhat terrifying. Although the darkness had dissipated, there was still residual energy. It filled the air. It had not completely dissipated. An old figure, carrying a hoe, walked towards the direction of death step by step. It was an old man. He wore coarse clothes. He wore a bamboo hat. He looked like an old farmer who had just returned home after working in the fields. But with every step the old man took, then he disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, he had already appeared more than 10 miles away. Obviously, this was not an ordinary person. This old farmer. They entered the God-falling cliff, a land of death. The power of time swept over. However, he shattered it with a single kick. The power of the restriction swept over. However, it was difficult to injure his body. This old farmer was truly terrifying. Several restricted region creatures appeared, throwing themselves at the old farmer. Which Forbidden Zone creature couldn't instantly kill a supreme existence? However, in midair, the restricted region's creature's body collapsed. He couldn't even get close to the old farmer. This old farmer passed through the 9 mountains. They arrived at the depths of the land of death. Trespassing on the cultivation grounds of the primal chaos monarch, do you have a death wish? A cold voice suddenly sounded. In the abyss, endless black fog filled the air. Within the black fog, an existence with 1 foot on the ground and the head of the sky above appeared. Death Demon Venerable. It was actually him. This existence had the least experience in the depths of the land of death. However, his cultivation was not inferior to the others. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Rumble, Death Demon Venerable made his move, grabbing at the old farmer. The old farmer smashed him with his hoe. Bang! Death Demon Venerable was sent flying. Even the void exploded. Distorted space-time power leaked out. Who are you? Death Demon Venerable had a serious expression. This old farmer's combat power. He was too strong. At their level, they could tell the strength of their opponent with just 1 attack. Death Demon Venerable was not his match. Where is the primal chaos monarch? The old farmer asked. His voice was very old. However, it had the majesty of a monarch. If you want to meet our primal chaos monarch, you will have to defeat me first. Endless black fog surged out of Death Demon Venerable's body. Death Demon Venerable, you are not his match. An old voice sounded. Next, in the endless abyss, an existence appeared, holding an ancient weapon. It was a weapon that caused the void to tremble, and the great Tao to wail in sorrow. It was shrouded in divine light. It was impossible to see what it looked like. An imperial weapon. The existence in the depths of the land of death took out the imperial weapon. He confronted the old farmer. Clearly, he was extremely wary of the old farmer. You are still alive. The old farmer looked at the existence holding the imperial weapon in surprise. The existence laughed bitterly and said, I am indebted to the primal chaos monarch for allowing me to live until now. The primal chaos monarch is truly powerful, as expected of the leader of the 9 primal chaos monarchs. The old farmer sneered. So, the primal chaos monarch can tear apart the primal divine pact. My primal chaos monarch has gone through 100 reincarnations. Now is the time when he is most playful. Patriarch Shenong, why don't you understand? The mysterious existence said. The old farmer sneered. Understand. You unilaterally tore apart the primal divine pact. Do you think all the primal gods who made the pact have fallen? How laughable. If I don't punish you, won't the rest of the land of death revolt? Today, I will take the life of this death demon venerable. Boom, he was too strong. When he attacked, the heavens collapsed, the earth cracked, the sun and the moon dimmed, the stars reversed, and the universe collapsed. Attack. In the depths of the land of death, several figures appeared. All of them had terrifying auras. They activated their ancient imperial weapons and swept toward the old farmer. Clang! Both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Several powerful existences with ancient imperial weapons in their hands were sent flying. You want to fight me with just the likes of you? Even your primal chaos monarch didn't dare say he could defeat me. The old farmer sneered and swung his hoe, sending the rulers of the Forbidden Lands flying. As expected of the primal dragonesque elephant's junior brother, even if he can't compare to your senior brother, he's still terrifying enough. One of the rulers of the Forbidden Lands sneered. His voice contained a hint of mockery. The old farmer's expression sank. He sneered and said, "Are you trying to say that I'm inferior to my senior brother? Have you thought about the price of infuriating me?" Boom, a great battle erupted. This battle was truly tragic to the extreme. The surrounding void kept collapsing. The entire desolate realm and barbarian realm trembled violently. Countless people turned pale with fright. They didn't know what was going to happen. You want to destroy desolate realm and barbarian realm? We don't care, said one of the existences. We haven't awakened our imperial weapons because we don't want to destroy desolate realm and barbarian realm. Are you threatening me? Do you think I won't flatten the god-falling cliff? The old farmer sneered. Light flashed as a small cauldron appeared in his hand. The cauldron's aura was comparable to the imperial weapons of the rulers of the Forbidden Lands. Imperial weapon. Shenong's cauldron. The rulers of the Forbidden Lands took a deep breath. You've even brought a great imperial weapon with you. Indeed, you can kill us with it, but if we activate it before we die, the 72 prefectures in the north will be annihilated instantly. Is that what you want to see, Ancestor Shenong? Said the oldest ruler of the Forbidden Lands. I'm confident I can destroy you before you destroy the 72 prefectures, said the old farmer. His eyes were cold. The rulers of the Forbidden Lands felt a headache coming on. The old farmer was too strong. They couldn't fight against him. It was indeed troublesome for them to deal with this. At that moment, a ball of primal chaos light appeared in the boundless mist. A petite figure appeared in the primal chaos light. It looked like a little girl. She smiled and said, Shenong, I've reincarnated 100 times. You're not my match. If we fight, it won't be good for either of us. What if I join in? Can we kill you? Zhang Jiushi stepped forward. Chapter 673. Zhang Jiushi, you're still alive. I knew that when the ancient gods left, they would choose you to protect the immemorial divine pact. The girl's voice grew colder and colder. Impudent. Is this how you speak to your elders from the same clan? Sneered Zhang Jiushi. What do I have to do with you? I've long since had nothing to do with your race. The girl's voice grew colder and colder. The space around her was collapsing. She seemed to be angry. 100 reincarnations won't be enough to quell your hatred. Zhang Jiushi sighed. Let's join hands and get rid of her. If we don't, we'll be in big trouble in the future. Once 100 reincarnations is completed, suppressing her will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens," said the old man. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Then let's try." The girl reached out, and the ancient imperial weapon flew into her hand. "A mere clone dares to fight against us? We'll kill you in 3 moves. Where's your real body?" asked the old man coldly. "If you want my real body to fight, you'll have to kill my clone first," said the girl coldly. The little girl said coldly. She had no intention of backing down. Zhang Jiushi sighed. The old man's expression sank. "Brother Jiushi, are you going to withdraw from this battle? We can't violate the immemorial divine pact." "Of course, we can't violate it, but everything is still under control," Zhang Jiushi said. "If we start a war, the casualties will be too severe." Of course, the old farmer knew this very well. He frowned. Zhang Jiushi said, "Hand over the imperial weapon. Then your real body will return to the God Cliff. Don't show yourself for 100 years, and we'll forget about this matter. What do you think?" The girl snorted. She didn't want to. "Although I don't know why you left with that kid. Have you thought about how many people will die once the immemorial divine pact's guardians and the sovereigns of the Death Impasse start a war? When the battle starts, even you can't guarantee that kid's survival, right?" said Zhang Jiushi. "You dare threaten me? If you dare touch him, I'll kill you." The girl's voice was bone-chilling. The rulers of the other forbidden zones couldn't help but shudder. They had never seen a sovereign show such terrifying killing intent, even during the immemorial war. Not even the monarch was this angry. Said Zhang Jiushi, "You don't need to worry about what I'll do to that boy. In fact, I've already met him before you met him. I think highly of him. He's not simple, and his background is even more complicated." Oh, the little girl was surprised. "His mother is... maybe you'll find out in the future." Zhang Jiushi laughed strangely. "Even if you sovereigns of the land of death knew about his mother's background, you would still be shocked." The little girl seemed to be very dissatisfied with Zhang Jiushi's suspense. She could not help but snort. "The great imperial weapons don't belong to you." The little girl waved her right hand, and the monarch weapon tore through heaven and earth, disappearing without a trace. "I'll be back in a month. I won't appear again for 100 years. As for you, quickly leave the Godluo cliff." The little girl's figure gradually faded. In the end, it disappeared. "Let's go, burial of the 9th era's path." Although the old farmer was not satisfied with this result, he was still able to make the primal chaos monarch send the monarch weapon into the universe. He was also able to make the chaos monarch go into seclusion for 100 years. This was already a pretty good result. They left the Godluo cliff. The old farmer pointed at the void with his right hand. In an instant, countless images appeared. Finally, the image locked onto a young cultivator around 20 years old. The images flickered. It even included the scene of Lin Feng being chased by the silver creature in the forbidden area. It also included the scene of Lin Feng fainting while carrying Li Mingxi. "Who's that boy?" The old farmer was very surprised. The primal chaos monarch. He was an existence that had given the ancient gods a headache. Of course not. Why would he approach a boy who was only a martial king for no reason? Such a cultivator. In the eyes of the primal chaos monarch, he was no different from an ant. 100 reincarnations. "The things she's experienced are not something we can imagine," said Zhang Jiushi. The old farmer nodded. The old farmer nodded and said, "Looks like that kid really isn't simple. Who do you think his mother is?" "Do you remember the race that only had 4 or 5 people?" Zhang Jiushi took a deep breath and said, "What? No way. How is that possible? Wasn't that race destroyed in the primordial era?" The old farmer shook his head in disbelief. "Burying the 9 heavens, killing countless immortals, changing the order of the world. forcefully breaking open the undying world, opening a door for the undying world, allowing cultivators from other worlds to ascend to the undying world. That race is really terrifying, but there are still descendants who survived. Zhang Jiushi said. That boy seems to have cultivated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. It seems that he really has inherited the bloodline of that race. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain my senior brother's inheritance. The old farmer frowned. Indeed, back then, your fellow disciple followed that race, the one who broke open the immortal world for 3,000 years. He learned a lot. Zhang Jiushi sighed. I'll find time to visit that boy, said the old farmer. But don't contact him. Our duty is to protect the immemorial treaty. As for the affairs of the mortal world, they have nothing to do with us. Zhang Jiushi said. The old farmer nodded and said, I know that. I just want to see how much potential that boy has. You'll be even more surprised if you see it. His two bloodlines haven't awakened yet. Zhang Jiushi said. Two bloodlines? That's right. Since his mother is from that race, his father must not be an ordinary person. The old farmer frowned slightly, and then his expression suddenly changed. He's that person's son? Zhang Jiushi smiled bitterly and nodded. That's right. He's the son of that boy who was the first to enter the immortal world in 100,000 years. When his father left, he went to my place. The old farmer was silent for a moment. What did he say? Zhang Jiushi was startled. Lin Feng carried Li Mingxi to the world above ground. Little girl, are you hungry? Lin Feng rubbed Li Mingxi's head and asked. Li Mingxi shook her head. Lin Feng muttered to himself. It had been a few days, and Li Mingxi hadn't eaten anything. Was there something wrong with her body? When he returned to the mine, he would have to check on her. However, Lin Feng didn't know that. Mortal things. How could they enter Li Mingxi's eyes? In the underground world, news of what had happened outside the land of death quickly spread. Within 100 miles, not even a blade of grass grew. Countless creatures died, tragically. Even the countless cultivators who had gone to the land of death's godfall cliff disappeared. Even a few almighty existences had disappeared. This matter could be said to have caused a huge uproar. Countless powers were alarmed. The higher-ups of many ancient powers had no choice but to quickly gather because of this matter. They discussed what had happened in the land of death in private, while the Tianwu continent was in an uproar because of the land of death. Lin Feng carried Li Mingxi back to the ancient barbarian mine. What Lin Feng hadn't expected was that the fire Qilin had come from the Blue Cloud sect to the ancient barbarian mine for some reason. He hadn't seen the fire Qilin in a while, and he missed it. Brat, I have something important to tell you. The fire Qilin waved its paw. Something important. Lin Feng was startled. It seemed that this matter wasn't simple. The fire Qilin never spoke without thinking. It definitely had something important to tell him. Big doggy, Li Mingxi jumped down and reached for the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin was furious. Where did this brat come from? How dare she call herself a big doggy? It was about to slap her. However, when it saw the little girl's appearance, the fire Qilin was so frightened that it fell to the ground. It trembled. Chapter 674. Big dog, stand up. Li Mingxi grabbed the fire Qilin's tail and lifted it up. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He was really worried that the fire Qilin would slap Li Mingxi away. This guy was not a good-tempered person. Moreover, as a divine beast, it had the dignity of a divine beast. Mingxi, let go of him quickly, or he'll bite you. Lin Feng could only persuade Li Mingxi like this. However, the fire Qilin gave Lin Feng a slap and said righteously, Brat, what are you saying? I am the most loving person in the world. Big brother, who hit Mingxi? Mingxi doesn't like you anymore. Li Mingxi threw the fire qilin on the ground and stepped on it twice. I was wrong. Please spare me. The fire qilin wailed. Lin Feng also felt that the fire qilin was just teasing Li Mingxi. He didn't think of anything else. He carried Li Mingxi, then looked at the fire qilin and said, "Come with me and help me check Mingxi's body. She hasn't eaten anything for a few days, but I didn't find anything wrong with her body. Take a look too." The fire qilin was very unwilling, but it didn't dare to not follow. He came to Lin Feng's room and pretended to check it. Then he said, "There's no problem, don't worry." Li Mingxi waved her hand, and a spirit fruit appeared in her hand. Then she took a bite. "Big brother, I can eat one fruit like this every few days." Li Mingxi said naively, "Dragon snake fruit." The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. This was an extremely rare spirit fruit. If one ate it often, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. However, it was said that only the top forces in the ancient era would treat the dragon snake fruit as food. Because it was too precious, it couldn't be seen from the outside. There was a bracelet on Li Mingxi's wrist. It was a storage bracelet. The thing was taken out from it. Lin Feng was guessing Li Mingxi's identity. Obviously, it was not simple. She was probably the successor of some ancient power, right? Although she was only 4 or 5 years old. Li Mingxi's body was fine, and Lin Feng was finally relieved. After Shi Weizhu and the others found out that Lin Feng had returned, they immediately went to see Lin Feng. "What a cute little girl. Junior brother Lin, where did you bring this little girl back from?" Shi Weizhu wanted to pick Li Mingxi up. Li Mingxi's gaze turned slightly cold. Shi Weizhu felt as if her body had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He didn't dare to step forward. Soon, she was puzzled. What was going on just now? It was a strange feeling. He took another step forward. It seemed that he would be doomed eternally. "I saw Mingxi in the underground world. I don't know which great power she's from, so I'll let her stay in the mine for now. When I return to the Blue Cloud sect, I'll help her find her family." Lin Feng said. The fire qilin sneaked out. "Big doggy, don't run," Li Mingxi giggled and chased after him. The fire qilin was depressed. "My little ancestor, can you let me go?" He could only pray in his heart. It was clearly a divine beast, the fire qilin, but it was called a big doggy. Even if it wanted to refute something, it didn't dare to refute. It was really sullen. "Big doggy, quickly become bigger. I want to ride a big horse." Li Mingxi grabbed the fire qilin's tail and said, the fire qilin was helpless. Its body became much bigger. Li Mingxi rode on the fire qilin and shouted, "Hiya!" The fire qilin ran as fast as lightning into the distance. After playing crazily for an entire day, Li Mingxi was finally tired. She hugged Lin Feng's neck and fell asleep. Lin Feng placed Li Mingxi on the bed. Then he planned to ask the fire qilin what happened that made it rush over from the Blue Cloud sect. But what made Lin Feng speechless was that the fire qilin was nowhere to be seen. Lin Feng looked around the mine, but he couldn't find the fire qilin. Where did this guy go? Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless. Halfway through, it piqued his curiosity and ran away, dozens of miles away from the ancient barbarian mine. A black shadow flashed past. It was the fire qilin. Why did that pervert run out? What does Lin Feng have to do with that freak? "I'm going to leave." The fire qilin ran away with a sad face. The days after that gradually returned to normal. Most of the time in the ancient barbarian mine was spent on cultivation. "Young master, I want to take my sister and leave temporarily." We need to go to a place. I hope that master can approve. After I'm done, I will go and find master. Di Xian said. Li Mingxi, who was sitting on a stool and kicking her legs while eating the dragon snake fruit, saw Di Xian. Her big black eyes revealed a trace of surprise. But it was only for a moment. Lin Feng nodded and said, "The outside world is dangerous. You have to be careful. There are some spirit stones, magic treasures, and some cultivation techniques and secret techniques in this storage ring. Take them with you to protect yourself." "Thank you, young master." Di Xian thanked him. At night, Lin Feng decided to organize all the storage rings he got. He had killed so many experts. Lin Feng obtained the storage rings of some experts. After organizing them, he found more than 200 supreme-grade spirit stones. This made Lin Feng smile. Supreme-grade spirit stones were precious. Even yin-yang cultivators would find it difficult to accumulate them. This was because yin-yang cultivators also needed supreme-grade spirit stones to cultivate. It was already considered great luck to be able to obtain more than 200 supreme-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were also more than 100 treasure-grade magic treasures, more than 1,600 spirit-grade magic treasures, and so on. These things could be sold at a high price. Lin Feng found a few jade tubes in the Black Demon Patriarch's storage ring. They were not cultivation techniques or secret techniques. Instead, they recorded some things about the Black Demon Patriarch's sect. Black Demon, Black Underworld. Lin Feng was abnormally shocked. It turned out that the Black Demon Patriarch had a senior brother called the Black Demon Patriarch and a junior brother called the Black Underworld Patriarch. Lin Feng did not know the Black Demon Patriarch. However, Lin Feng knew the Black Demon Patriarch. Back then, the Black Demon Patriarch and the others had besieged the Beast Emperor Qiongqi. In the end, they all died miserably. Lin Feng did not expect the Black Demon Patriarch to be the Black Demon Patriarch's junior brother. Days passed. Lin Feng's cultivation was also steadily increasing. Not long after, Lin Feng had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm. He was only one step away from the 10th level of the Martial King realm. Lin Feng planned to settle down for a while. Then, he would break through to the 10th level of the Martial King realm. In the past few days, Lin Feng found that Li Mingxi's mood was not particularly good. Lin Feng brought Li Mingxi to play in the forest. Li Mingxi had also lost her usual nimbleness. "Little girl, what's wrong? Why are you unhappy? Can you tell me? Are you homesick?" Lin Feng rubbed Li Mingxi's head and asked. Li Mingxi said, "Big brother, don't forget Mingxi." "Silly girl, of course I won't forget Mingxi." Lin Feng was a little puzzled as to why Li Mingxi would say such a thing. However, on the second day, Li Mingxi disappeared without a trace. There was something on the table. It was a jade pendant. The words Li Mingxi were written on it. Has she left? Did the little girl's elder come to pick her up? Lin Feng frowned, feeling very reluctant. No wonder the little girl's mood was not very good these few days. It was very likely that her elder had come. Li Mingxi knew that she was leaving, so she was very unhappy, although he had only been with Li Mingxi for a month. However, he realized that the little girl had already integrated into his life. Li Mingxi's sudden departure. This made Lin Feng feel a little sad.